Well, looks like everyone's feeling flushed today. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And, yeah, I guess... welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, no ice today, so we're going straight neat. Cheers. And happy Sunday. Welcome to episode 6 of Pariahs. I'm going to get this out of the way now. Let's just bring you lot in for this one. Hello.
Hello.
How are we? All
Good.
Mm?
No, too slowly.
Indeed.
Mm. So, very quickly, Lucius. Thank you. I appreciate it. Lee. Thank you. Durs. Yeah, so good, so good. Durs. Thank you very much. And that was a hype train starter. Then Jump came in with the tier 2, 48 month. Immediately outshone by Steel with a 66 month tier 3.
Steel is a diva.
Oh dear.
Is this fucking amateur hour?
Apparently. Who has audio issues?
Oh, don't. Let me plug it in just in case. Just in case. All right. After that, Rayvon, thank you for the bitties. D's best emoji to enlarge. With another 30 bits, and then he's like, you know what, fuck this shit. Let's just close out this tier 3 level 3 hype train with 340. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome in. Oh, it's good to be back. Last week I wasn't on top form, both on my rolls and I think I was coming down with something, but luckily now I'm feeling infinitely better.
If only you could roll better.
Yeah, I was like, are you blaming your bad
Yes.
rolls on getting sick?
Yeah, absolutely. They were
Just like an
terrible.
arsehole, everybody's got one.
They were terrible rolls last week, though. And it didn't help that I forgot half the things the minions had, which kind of, brings us into what exactly happened last week, Cypher.
Well, first off, the group gathered. I'm gonna fucking mute myself on fucking Twitch. Oh.
Why, don't you like listening to the sound of your own voice?
No, that's horrible. Why did I still have that playing in the background? Ew.
He's getting himself all worked up, listening to himself.
Yeah.
No. So we started off, the group gathered together and had a little trip to the Thank table to finalise any bits and bobs. With what's his name? Fuck.
Talbot,
Yep. He was happy to see us and was like, yeah, cool. If I need to pass anything along, cool. Move all the product outside, cool. And then Reza was like, hey, he's a shifty cunt in the corner. He's like, what shifty cunt? She's like, hold. And off she goes to grab bag herself a shifty cunt, who turned out to be, well, actually, we don't know. We're presuming he's a spy, and he probably got beaten as though he was a spy. Poor little bugger.
yeah.
Hopefully he was a spy, otherwise some poor innocent guy's just getting the shit kicked out.
Someone brand new to the job who's just been hired.
He's having his kneecaps broken in the back. Like, what are you doing to Dave? You only hired him today. But yeah, so she caught him. And nobody seemed to know who he was, so fuck him. And then it was off to go set some traps. Vanya put a glyph down with a sleep spell. Wait, was it a sleep spell?
Yeah, I think so. And then it just didn't get to use it. But I got it.
Better to have it and not need it than Yeah.
not have it and
Yep.
need it.
Yeah, exactly. So with a glyph down, and then Garrett set up, as always, the most elaborate of traps, held with Dorian holding the string to activate it. What was it called, Garrett?
I think it was a slap ballista.
A slap ballista.
Fun fact: the Koreans had something like that, like historically called the hwacha, and that's what I like to call it.
That's a much better name for it, and that is now a hwacha.
Because that's the sound it makes when it goes off. Hwacha! As the fucking needles were flung into the first person who came through the door. Poor bastard. Although, luckily for him, he died to the trap and not to the imposing form of Dorian that came out moments later. The group set up in kind of really spread out. Had Reza and Garrett on the roofs, raining death from above, or fucking in Garrett's fucking case, who knows? Nobody saw him. Just a guy getting hit by knives, and he's like, "Oh, don't like it here."
Knives falling out of the sky, then disappearing. It's like,
yeah. Poor bastard. Just having a bad day.
it really was.
Three guys just stood in the in the doorway and cowered as Dorney was like, "I'm just going to impose my will on you, and you're going to enjoy it."
Yes.
Or not. Vanya hid under the car, ready to. I don't know why she hid under the car.
To not be seen.
Not be seen. I guess.
To
There's
complicate
logic
things.
Yeah, to cover just for the funny mental image of her lying there and on the floor in the mud and dirt, and she's just hating every second of it.
She cleaned it.
Constantly casting fucking prestidigitation to clean herself.
Yeah, it was clean. Yeah.
The cleanest spot of cobblestone in the slums.
Yeah. Yeah, there'll just be a clean outline of a person on the floor. Cleanest spot in Nova Sawyer. While Cypher was off being Scuba Steve, as he just literally just walked off the pier into the river. And attacked like from a dweller below.
Yeah.
And the trap went off without a hitch, and as always, Solution, the DM, rolled like crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
His mages got locked down, frightened, paralyzed, and murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And his big bad did next to nothing.
I mean, it wasn't
He
a
did
big.
have a very nice.
It wasn't a big
He had
bad.
a nice sword though.
Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't a big bad. You know, but he was.
It's definitely no slouch.
It was on the par of your typical warden. Minus a few
To use
things.
past tense there. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was.
Yeah.
I do believe Dorian flicked him in the forehead to kill him.
Yeah, I like to think of it as just basically sticking your finger into someone's forehead and just like igniting them.
Punch.
I do believe that was the first time we saw Dorian in combat and some of his abilities.
Hmm. Yeah, the abilities, i.e., frustrating as hell for everyone.
No, not at all.
Only for the enemies.
Only for the enemies.
I like it that everybody's too afraid to do anything, including run away. That was funny.
So, anything else you wish to add onto that?
I do believe we ended with. We had 2 prisoners, one charmed by Reza, briefly, until she fucking sucked them off.
Omnommed, yeah.
Omnommed.
Yeah. And she, just to clarify, he's dead. That is now her fed for a week. Hashtag vampire things.
Gotta get them calories, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
While Dorian literally wrapped a chain around the neck of the other guy and just choked him the fuck out. What a metal way to go.
I don't think he's dead. I think that he's actually
Correct.
surviving.
He is.
Oh yeah, he's still alive. I think he's bound now because didn't we get some manacles off one of them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're gonna bring them, we're gonna use them. You know what I mean?
Nature finds a way.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right then. So with that, if there is nothing further anyone wishes to say, I guess
I'm gonna change my headset battery
All right.
because I forgot to before we started.
I'm
glad it lasted this long.
Yeah, I'll give you 30 seconds. Hello, I'm trying to say Pocket Yeti, but it ended up saying Piety. Hello, Pocket Yeti. How you doing? How are you? Yes, we are missing a Reza today. She sadly is not very well. Piety.
Never.
That's it now. That's canon. Piety. All right. So, yeah, we'll pick things up from where we left off. Last session, you did indeed thwart the attempt of several highly trained and well-equipped mercenaries from making off with crates of the Bloodshot and disrupting the Silent Roads operation in the Polter district, with one in manacles bound, more than likely being dragged along the cobbles by Dorian. Reza, for a brief moment, quickly say that she needed something back from the folly, something she forgot earlier, and with a flap of her blue cape, leaps up one of the nearby walls onto the roofs and begins to make her way in the direction of the folly, leaving you four on your own.
Vanya,
Hmm?
can you dry me off?
Do you want, like... she's like, she looks at her dress and she's looking for things, and I'm not gonna use my dress to dry you. She looks around to see if anybody's looking, and she's gonna use prestidigitation to just kind of go up and down his body to try to dry him off from being in the water.
I mean, how does it dry? Do you just, suck the moisture off into a ball, or does it just blow away in a spray somewhere?
No, she's spraying it back behind him, so if anybody's standing behind him, they're getting wet now.
Anyone stood behind Cypher?
No.
Well, yeah, it's late in the day. There aren't any, well, say in the day, late at night, there aren't any people mulling around the docks, apart from this shackled prisoner. What sort of state is he in at the minute?
Well, he was choked unconscious. So I think that the state he's going to be in is he has the manacles behind his back, and Dorian has basically just right a hold the back of his neck and just dragging him along the ground, dragging his feet. and just basically put him on like a sack.
Poor bastard.
Like the guy is clearly not under his own power at this point, and anyone who does happen to see is like totally gonna see someone just getting dragged through the street, like I don't know, like the day's catch or something.
Amazing. All right. What's the plan, folks?
Go on, go.
Yeah, deliver the guy to Telba so he can have a word with him.
Lead on.
Yep. We'll just head back to not directly to the front door of the thank table, but approach the thank table and try to come at it so we're not dragging this person right through the massing crowds of people looking for dinner.
Maybe hit the roads down by the canal and come in through the basement entrance.
Good idea.
Mm-hmm. As you begin to make your way down the less travelled roads in the Polter district towards the thanked table, the closer you get to the tavern, the more lively the streets seem to be. Not to the point of it being busy like the day, but you would see every now and again the odd person hanging out from their window, the wooden shutters wide open as they look down the road, and a few mutterings from people also begin to reach your ears of some sort of scuffle or a fight or a brawl further down the way.
Sounds like someone's having some fun. And just if this guy comes to, if he like utters a peep, like Dorian's just gonna basically just drop and drive his face into the ground to just try to put him back out.
Fair. Yeah, not to worry. So as you begin to make your way further and further down the road, eventually you would reach like a crossroad, not so much crossroad, but a junction. One of the roads splits off in towards the front of the thanked table, and as you begin to cross the junction, you would see a couple of the familiar robed individuals, cloaked individuals from the thanked table. Some of them nursing wounds, a couple of bodies splayed out on the floor, and a mix of Silent Road guards and some wearing very similar clothing to the individuals you've just fought. But continuing on, instead of heading towards the front of house, you make your way down a few back alleys, eventually reaching the basement door to the thanked table. It's here as you approach the door, you would see two guards, one with a large gash taken out of his cheek. Just immediately both draw swords as you approach. Whoa! More! Hey! Wait. No, hang on. Hey, aren't you lot from...
Yes, you know who we are.
Oh,
Get Telba for me, please. There's a good chap.
Yeah, you're all right. He'll begin to make his way into the basement. The door bolt, he bangs on it a few times. The bolt slides open before opening. And as you wait outside, it doesn't take long before Telba pops his head out. His expression, that of a startled look. Face a little paler.
A little bit tetchy, is he?
He is certainly a bit tetchy as he pokes his head round. Ah, good, you're back. Quick, come inside. And your newfound friend as well.
Well, judging from the scene outside, I think you might want to have words with this one when he wakes up, if he wakes up.
Well, I hope so. Come. Upstairs is a little disheveled, so we'll have to have our meeting here in the basement, if that's all right.
That's more than fine. We're quite at home in basements.
Good, good. Talbot waves you in, and as you step into the basement of the thank table, there would be another 10 to 15 other road guards, all of them in various stages of being patched up and tended to. Some missing fingers, others large cuts, impales, stabs, a couple have got crossbow bolts sticking out of them. Talbot motions towards a crate in the back of the basement that's been set up as a makeshift table. Hospitality is not going to be the greatest, but, well, shortly after I departed the docks, let's just say, yours wasn't the only place our friends decided to hit.
Interesting. How many?
Not too many, about 6 of them, more than before, mind you, but, well, we managed to get 2, wounded a third, but they managed to get him and bugger off before we managed to bring him low, and I've lost about 7 or 8 dead and easily 15 wounded.
Well, of the group that attacked the docks, there were no survivors apart from this chap here.
Talbot immediately scans his eyes across the group, noticing one of you's missing. And, yourselves, you all, Miss Teresa?
Fit as fleas, we are. She is off on an errand right now.
Ah, good, good. But still, come, tell me more. What happened down at the docks?
2 boatloads of, mercenaries. About 8 in total.
2 mages and a captain by the looks of it.
Majors and a captain, and what, there was 8 of them? And and this Talbot just leans back, wipes his brow, and begins to chuckle. Not in an amused, this is funny chuckle, but that, he's just lost so many people to 6 of them. And you've gone up against more with less. Huh. Forgive me. I do not mean to. Please go on.
We brought them down. Tried to keep one for questioning. And, yes, I think we had minimal injuries. But they were a step above what we've seen in the past.
Yes.
Especially equipment-wise.
Talbot had motion to one of the guards nearby who brings him a sword. A very familiar sword. One of the same that you took from some of the other dead mercs. The vicious longsword. Our associates who came here also were equipped with rather fine steel, I dare say.
Are all the vicious longswords of the same pattern? Like,
Yes, they all look the same. Oh, you mean like just in like all of them across the world, or just
all
the ones?
No, all the ones that these guys had.
Yes.
Like they were batch made.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and I reach behind my back and draw out one of the vicious longswords I'd picked up and place it on the table. It's like, yes, They seem to be issued from the same place.
Interesting. I know that there are movements in the city to acquire weapons in vast number for the court, but the fact that they're in the hands of mercenaries...
You know how easy some things are. Or that just get lost, forgotten, fall off the back of a wagon.
Normally, yes, but for such fine weapons such as this, that are usually destined for the garrison, it shows that whoever's paying these mercenaries either has clout, coin, or dare I say both.
Well, Talbot, I think it's fairly evident who has their hand in this.
This is where you drop the battered and bruised man who was dragged down the street onto the ground. And you just hear this, "Oh!" as he starts to come to.
So now that he's conscious, Dorian's going to drop him and just put like one foot on his back and hold him down to the ground so he can't wriggle or anything. Well, considering all of their equipment and all signs point towards Merchants Guild lapdogs, doesn't it?
It certainly
And
seems
kneel
that
down.
you are right. Go on, Dorian, sorry.
No, he's going to just kneel down towards the guy that's on the ground. Merchant Guild, just another leash in the hands of the Morettis, isn't that right? Just, he's saying this to the guy on the ground, doesn't expect nothing. He just really wants him to be fucking terrified.
roll me an intimidation check.
See this puppy right here. I'm gonna kick it.
From his face down position on the floor with your boot on his back, this poor man stiffens as he pisses himself in sheer terror.
That's unfortunate.
A survivor. Aye. You sure you cannot be interested in working for the road on a more permanent basis rather than just this little arrangement we have, Garrett?
The road couldn't afford us. But no, we have our own tasks and happy to be a partner, but independence is king.
A shame, but can't say I don't understand. So,
Although,
Talbot looks towards
if
your
you
side.
want to beef up your security, and he gestures at the beat up and battered group of fucking guards that he's got, I got. Maybe we could arrange for some of ours to come bolster your ranks for a little bit.
Talbot will stroke his chin. Pause for a brief moment before starting to nod. That might not be a bad idea, to be honest. Something to... Well... It's not that I doubt the fighting spirit of those who are employed here, but the last few weeks, and tonight in particular, have certainly shown a somewhat lack of force available to us at present, and I doubt the main branch will be sending anyone out here to assist. Sadly not deemed important enough yet to warrant someone a little more skilled.
Politics.
Even in the underworld, there is always some form of politicking and bureaucracy.
Dorian is going to tap the guy on the ground on the head, just like on his temple. Yvette called you a survivor. That's optimistic, don't you think?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
And he's going to look over at some of the guards there. You might be able to volunteer something you might want to know. I'll leave it up to you. Just gesture, like, because I imagine that they probably want to take some vengeance, and they'll see to it that it gets taken care of without us having to directly oversee that. And it'll give them some kind of feeling of recompense. Well, I think that with all the coin you're making, you'd warrant a bit more. What's the problem?
Was that to Talbot?
To Talbot, yeah.
And the problem is that ladies and gentlemen, Talbot looks around at the rest of the guards. If you would all be so kind as to just vacate for a minute. Drag the wounded in upstairs. It should be a bit more usable now. And take this piece of shit with you upstairs. Rough him up a little more, but make sure he can still answer a few questions for me later. A number of the guards begin to nod as they hoist wounded up on their backs, over their shoulders, in their arms, and those who are able to walk begin to shuffle up the stairway back into the thanked table proper. A couple of the other guards head out of the door of the basement towards the street level to stand guard there, and as the doors all close, you are left basically in the room alone with Talbot. There we go. No more groaning and moaning from the injured, and at least we can have a bit of a chat. So, the problems. Where to start? As you are all more than familiar with, whilst this operation we have here has been profitable, gaining a fair whack of coin for both myself, my organisation, and yours, the recent issues with the guild and their shipments being interrupted has lowered the gold flow into the head office, and therefore they've taken a few things away and care less. On top of that, he taps the two swords on the table. It is also, as you said, certain things do go missing off the back of wagons, and whilst I am not completely aware of the agreement, I know that we are moving goods out of Burak, out of the Castanellan provinces, from all over the place, smuggling them all the way here into Ostoya. Now, that job hasn't been designated to me, so I don't know the details of what's happening, but all I know is that the large influx of weapons and armor is worth a small fortune to the road, and that is currently taking priority. So all of the good guards and soldiers of the road are currently indisposed on that endeavor.
Vanya raises her hand.
Talbot nods at you.
The things that are missing, is there consistently things missing? Same items?
I honestly am not sure. Again, I've been told to oversee the slums. Whilst I have a position and some knowledge within the road, I am not... I don't sit at the table in the main hall. So I don't
you
know the
don't
full
take inventory.
details.
Okay.
Well, that hardly seems right, considering how much you've brought to the table for them recently, but not my place to judge.
The age-old theory of hydras. We all get given different tasks, and that way if one head is severed, then the rest survive. We all know roughly, in minor details, what each of us are doing, but not everything.
What
Well-
if you just show up, you know? Because if you think small, your world will be small. But if you think big and you show up and they think that you need to be there.
It sounds like you're interested in what's going on. I can certainly point you in a direction to the individual in charge of that operation, if that's something you wish to know, a recommendation as such.
I mean, you can give me that name, but it sounded like you wanted to be a part of the discussions. Dorian, was I not?
Hmm?
No? Am I not interpreting that correctly?
I mean, I'm happy to be, but... Telber crosses his fingers, leans his elbows on the makeshift table, and leans over towards you. If you're thinking of perhaps assisting me, backing me in a bit of a move to gain a higher status within the road, then I would not turn down that assistance. And of course I would be greatly indebted to you.
I think we can be involved in this somehow. I have a group of what I like to call subcontractors. They're we give them tasks. They go out and do these tasks. They're not afraid of a bit of fighting. I don't have any work for them at the moment, so I could lend them to you.
Very well. They don't mind getting their hands dirty on, let's say, a ambush, or
Oh no.
Are they good at accidents, perhaps?
They can make problems disappear.
Very well. I shall do some inquiry and see if I can get a good friend of mine, Madar, to come visit me at some point to discuss matters. And who knows, perhaps it would be a terrible shame if my friend had an accident, either on his way here or back towards Ashen Hill.
Novostoy is such a dangerous place these days.
I mean, look what happened here today.
Telber slowly starts to nod. Good. Well, a discussion for another time, perhaps. Is there anything else you found out whilst out of the docks? Anything else that needs to be brought to my attention? Because there is one thing that occurred with us that I feel you need to know.
people we dealt with weren't too talkative on account of them being dead.
Or unconscious.
Very well. I will get what I can out of the friend you've brought me. I will say, though, that at some point after their first... after we eventually brought one of the individuals low, one of their associates threw a container in the air that's whipped off in the wind.
So whoever sent them will know the outcome of at least your group. The group we fought tried the same, but we managed to...
Intercept it?
Yes. Oh, actually, no. Go into my pouch and pull out the 2 pieces of paper. Sort of put them on the table and push them together. This was inside it.
What languages can you speak? Can you speak Thieves' Cant, Garrett?
Of course I can.
You can, yes.
Of course I can.
Of course you can. So, there is a... for the vast majority of you looking over Garrett's shoulder, it just seems like a bunch of pidgin English. Random words, but whilst not true Thieves' Cant, there are elements to it, Garrett, and after a little bit of studying, the general idea seems to say that the top one was a group name, so these were Doc A2, and then it's followed by just, you know, a brief sentence that states, under attack, we've been found, pass on, and that's it. It's very broken code.
Mm-hmm.
But because it was used, there are a few runic sigils that have been burnt into the parchment on the bottom of the paper. If anyone thinks they may know magic, roll me an Arcana check.
Arcana check!
Cypher, 14.
Did you say all that thinks that they know magic?
Whoever knows bits and pieces of magic, roll me an Arcana check. So,
Casual.
Cypher, you're not too familiar with these enchantment runes. It's definitely some form of messaging rune. But for you, Vanya, you would immediately know that these 3 runes allow for the flight, similar to the glyphs that you cast. Flight, message, and the last rune's not so much a rune for a spell, it's more of an identifying mark. And roll me a history check. It's an identifying mark.
I missed that class.
So it could be the mark of an individual, or the mark of an organization or a group. It's a unique, all you would know is that it is a unique mark by the enchanter of the paper. So basically, it's maker's mark, where it came from.
Ooh, these are very interesting.
Chill with the class, Vanya.
Oh, no. What I kind of deem from these is they're got a little bit of flight. This one, message. And then something about an identifying mark. Like it identifies and it's a mark, like an identifying mark.
Like for a person or a place.
Yeah, like maybe where it originated or,
Or who
I'm
sent it.
assuming, where it was, who sent it or where it may be going. Maybe. And Solution, I don't know if you would allow me to do this, but maybe if I could take this back and scry with it, maybe I could.
It's a piece of paper. You would that rather than scrying, it would be more of looking through books to find, something to compare it against. Because again, scrying is rather than just knowing what it is and who it belongs to. That's scrying's investigating a person.
Okay.
Of seeing where they are, what they're doing, rather than where an object came from.
Grania, quick question. Could you replicate that with a different message on it?
Yes.
Yes, I think. What kind of message? What could we send? Thanks for your passion. Let's channel your energy towards something else. Type of message?
Yeah, so something like that. I'm sure Gary could fill out the context, right?
We should keep it positive, though, right? Encourage them to change their ways.
Yeah, just it's not worth the time or the effort to dig at this.
So it would be best to end it.
Yeah. Yeah, a little veiled threat. Didn't hurt anybody, right?
Because that would be a positive outcome for them if they, didn't cross boundaries. So is Garrett going to?
Wait, so quick question.
For me?
So no, for the DM.
Mm-hmm.
The only survivor from both groups is this one guy,
No,
right?
no. The other group, they had they killed. So 2 of the mercenaries died. 1 was injured.
The
So
rest fled.
three of them and the injured guy fled.
Okay.
So there are survivors from the mercenaries, but Telba's attrition managed to send them packing after what was obviously a prolonged fight compared to what you guys dealt with.
Yeah, he had a bit of a slog.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we just tell them that. Just confirm what they already know, and the second group didn't make it.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
If I can replicate it,
Mm-hmm.
can I replicate like multiple ones, so maybe if we wanted to continue to send messages over time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I will be asking for an Arcana check. But yes, absolutely. In fact, roll me an Arcana check. Yeah. I don't know why, because your Arcana is ridiculous. Yes. You will be able to craft an enchanted letter, which basically is a flying piece of paper. You can send it to individuals, locations, to people, whatever you want. It will take, roughly 10 minutes. In fact, 10 minutes to write one, and go through the necessary, preparations for it. So it's not something you could be like, oh shit, combat. Oh, let me quickly scribble this out. But yeah, it's definitely something you can make and have a prepared message to send out to someone, or you can spend 10 minutes writing a message out to send it somewhere.
I just I have this vision
Of course you
for
do.
Vanya, thinking this is an opportunity for a non-responsive pen pal, but will continue to send the same message, but in different ways, over and over and over and over again.
This is where Vanya starts dropping spam mail across the
Exactly.
city.
It's like the beginning of Harry Potter when all the letters just keep coming into
It
the house.
is.
I want to talk to you about your extended life warranty.
So good.
So yeah, I will sort out a spell for you that is basically, craft enchanted letter. So yes, it will take you 10 minutes to make one of these, and it's something where you would, you take a letter, you craft the sigils, the runes on the bottom, and then when it is, put inside a container, opened up, thrown into the air, that message will then find its way to an individual that's been specified by the rune.
That can come in handy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think something simple like we need to talk, meet alone at this place, this time, for a one-on-one conversation.
Well, that's an idea. You mean to say that you can make this thing go to where it was supposed to go originally?
By copying the same rune, yes.
I believe so. I mean, I think so. I mean, if not, we may get some random person show up, but I'm pretty certain.
Well, if you go to do that, let me know before you do.
Are you like wanting to check by?
Oh
birth?
no. Oh no. Oh
Trust
no.
The DM just realized he made a mistake.
Well, are we gonna do it now, or is this something we need to think on to make sure that our messaging is
I
is
think
right?
we'll worry about it at home.
In the meantime, Talbot, there was that letter from the Merchants Guild looking for information about the bloodshot, you recall?
Yes,
I think that they're going to keep sending people until they have some information, so we might have to think about giving them some answers that might conveniently shut them up for a while.
In regards to that, I do have a proposition, but Telba motions around the basement. Rather than renting this place from you, name your price for me to just purchase it outright.
Well, that one's beyond me. And he's going to look over at Garrett and kind of disengage from that.
Now, what have you got planned?
Roll me a persuasion check, please, Garrett.
Yeah.
Just a little of this and that. Business. And let's just say I would rather that if there are any ties, it all just comes back to me.
Ah.
Just hold a second. I've lost a button.
You've lost a what? Sorry? The plot? I know.
I've lost a button.
Okay.
Do we get a sense that he has a fear that like we're gonna get found out and that he's gonna get tied to it?
Roll me an insight check. Please, Vanya, while Garrett does his side-bolstered neck. For fuck's sake.
Oh, come now, Telber. We're too good of friends for that.
Vanya, you're not sure, as Telber just scratches his chin once again, his telltale sign that he's thinking before. Well, if anything, perhaps to... As you said, they are going to come back, and perhaps next time with more of them, so perhaps if they returned to naught but a burnt-out hollow husk, then, well, they would have to start digging again, wouldn't they? And granted, I know you own the building, so I don't fancy burning the thanked table down when it's your premises. Go for it, jump. In fact, before you answer, that'll give you a moment to think. Let's call a quick pee break, because it has been an hour.
Super.
Good call.
Boom. All right, we will be right back. Cheers, Durs. All right. Yeah. Won't be a moment, everyone. I've got to make sure I unplug my headset so I don't destroy everything on the way out. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Ta.
Same.
Oh. Cheers, Diz. Okay. No, that's not the cursor I want. That's that one. Boop. Okay, cool. So, with that then, Talbot looks back over the makeshift desk towards you, Garrett. Having said, you sound like he wants to burn the place down.
Oh, yeah. it would be the quickest way to deal with the problem.
In the short term, yeah.
Well, this is the issue. I obviously don't have the forces at my disposal to continually keep throwing my people's lives at them, so... Nothing else. Perhaps lure a few in and burn the place down at the best case scenario, but...
It's not a bad idea.
Okay. Here's what I'll do. Burn it. I'll keep control of the land.
Oh, shit. Okay, now... That, to me, seems like you'll be the one at a loss, though.
Oh no, because I will rebuild it after this is over.
Just like someone rebuilt the spyglass in the Piker district, perhaps?
I do like having a base of operations in each district.
Fair. But in that case...
And maybe
Sorry, go on.
when we rebuild, maybe you'll have some input into the plans, say for a nice way of entering the basements with goods that will be useful.
Well, in that case, allow me to do one better. The road will provide the materials for the rebuild. Not the labor, but the materials.
That's fine. I have quite an inexhaustible supply of labourers I found whilst rebuilding the spyglass. Hungry for work, they are.
Thirsty, vicious. Claw it at the door. Talbot extends a hand over the table, Garrett.
I take it with a smile and gives it a quick shake.
Very well. It's a shame. As gaudy as this place once was, it's done me quite well. But, again, as the short-term solution, throwing off the guild, even for a couple of weeks, will be a huge help.
Yes, and in its place, a bespoke building will be made. More comfortable and with a more private area for business.
Very well. Now, I don't believe our friends at the guild will make a move anytime soon. They'll no doubt want to... if it was me and I was in their shoes, I would want to take a moment, a respite, see how the opposition deals with what's just occurred, see where my own forces are currently, and then plan from there. So, if it was me, I dare say we've got at least a week or so before they try something else.
That's fine. A lot can happen in a week.
And there's also them trying to get the information through the more legitimate ways. My friends, this is quite the shitty situation we're in, if I do say so myself.
Nova Star has been a series of shitty situations since I've been here.
They are greedy fuckers. Well, if there is nothing further, I'm going to go and question our new guest upstairs. See who's left, who's still got their fucking fingers, and I'll reach out to you in a few days' time and give you an update on our end. But
Grand job.
as you can imagine, for the minutes, to play it safe, I think it may be best if we put a hold on further moving of the Bloodshot.
Yes. We'll give it a week, 2. I'll get some people to guard the supplies for you, and should be able to move forward, hopefully soon.
This is a plan. Best of luck to you all. And to us as well.
Keep in touch.
And you,
Very
if anything interesting flutters by those ears of yours, you let me know.
Always.
Quick question. Are we this is for the DM.
Okay.
Are we close to his office or
No, so basically his office is in the main tavern on a raised platform just above, overlooking it. Due to the attack, he mentioned that the tavern itself was turned over due to the fighting, so you're now in the basement using a crate as a makeshift desk.
do we get a sense that this is where he's probably going to do his operations for a little while?
Yes, absolutely. For the meantime, until, perhaps someone can renovate upstairs, which, by the sounds of it, if they're going to burn the place down, may not happen. So yeah, for all intents and purposes.
So while they're distracted and doing a conversation, Vanya is going to sneak off and put a petrified toad in the basement area.
This is the first time you've used it. What's the petrified toad, Vanya?
So, when held in the palm for a minute, the toad's body, it warms up and comes back to life. But whenever you put it somewhere, like you can command it to stay in a location for up to 12 hours, and it will kind of regain memories for that time in that area of what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's going to place that somewhere.
All right. I'm going to say you easily managed to find a little nook in the dark corner of a basement to put this tiny toad that will just sit there and view the whole basement silently, stealthy, for the next 12 hours. And when it eventually finds its way back to you, you will know everything that transpired here.
Perfect.
Fucking sneaky hugs.
All right. Anything further anyone else wishes to do whilst you're here in Polter, or is it a case of GTFO home?
I think it's a good time to go home.
Agreed.
All right.
Agreed.
So, with you finishing off the last few pleasantries with Talbot, you make your way back out of the basement door into the cobbled streets of the Polter district. A couple of the guards just give you respectful nods on your way out, and you begin the trudge home. By this point, it's 1, 2 a.m. in the morning. Market Row's still busy. There's still stalls there that are set up, people selling shit alcohol on the corners, the odd drunken fight every now and again. But it's not heaving like during normal business times. Making your way through Market Row, you eventually reach lower streets, back towards the Baron's Folly, where the Folly is now closed, but you would see a couple of the regulars just pass you on the streets. Drunk, leery, boisterous, but familiar. Where are you all heading? To the Folly itself, or Shadow Circle? Undercroft?
Yeah, probably Shadowed Circle, just to decompress.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you make your way through the Folly, past Francis, who just gives you a grunt, well, mate. All right, bye. Walk through the kitchen, down into the basement, through the door in the basement, into the Undercroft corridor, and eventually, as you reach the junction at the far end, you open the door into the Shadowed Circle. The only people present in the Shadowed Circle would be off to the far corner, sat reading a book, the large, red, meaty mass of Skarn the Dragonborn, and Alistair behind the counter, just cleaning a few glasses and setting things up for tomorrow. Hey, Prince Sylvan, welcome in. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, as you step in, Alistair looks up from the bar and offers you a half bow. Welcome back, everybody. I hope I find you all in good spirits and not too much of a strenuous night of entertainment.
It was most amusing, thank you.
Good. Well, it seems like you all could do with a drink. Reza popped by earlier, but then she dashed off saying that she had something to do, something about a cat, but, you drinks? Yes? No?
Sure.
Alistair looks at you, Cypher, with an arched brow. There's a bit of a shock on his face. Milk?
You have some fresh milk?
Yeah. Maybe. For you.
Spoil me, Alistair. You spoil me.
You reach under the counter and take a ceramic urn. Popping a cork off the top, he pours some milk into a tankard and slides it over the counter towards you. Funny thing, Falco managed to acquire a enchanted box that keeps things cold. So rather than the milk spoiling and a few of the other drinks, well, ice. We're even getting ice in here now.
Ice? I don't think it'll go in milk.
You add a little bit of spirits in there, a couple of slabs of ice, and trust me. So, anyway, with that said, for those who want to drink, Alistair passes the drinks and gives you all the the chance to settle down.
Well then. Now that's one problem out of the way, do you think we should discuss the next one?
What are you thinking of?
Is it Reza because she's not here?
No, I know exactly where Reza is and what she's doing. Thank you very much.
I just thought because she wasn't here that you wanted to she might have been the problem.
No. Well, no. The invitation is the next problem.
The invitation. Did anyone else get an uneasy feeling from our earlier conversation?
With Talbot?
Yeah.
Well, his men are not fighters as much as they sneak, and he has people who are much more proficient hunting them down. So he's trying to survive. He's scared.
Exactly. Anyways, I just had a feeling. Sensed a little bit of that, but enough about me, about this message.
I mean, you definitely think you can do it?
Are you not sure that I can do it? I said I could do it earlier. Do you feel like I can't do it? Is there something that you think that doesn't seem very positive, Cypher? Like, I don't feel like you're encouraging me that you feel like I can do it.
I mean, I was testing your resolve, and now it looks like you will. Are you sure you can do it? Can you do it? It's not the Vanya I know. The Vanya I know would have jumped all over it and been like, of course I can.
I mean, I've never even considered focusing on negative things like not being able to do it. I mean, I always look at the positive. Of course I can do it.
Of course you can do it. The real question is, can you also put one of those other glyphs with a bomb on it?
Wait. Where are you going to
Could
get a
I?
bomb?
Well, you know, like the thing that blew up from the door that one time? Just, can you imagine? The little box shows up, and they open it, and it blows up.
We could see about maybe putting a glyph on it. I don't
mean,
know
tit
if I
for
could
tat.
put a bomb on it.
I mean, what kind of spells could you put on the back of on a glyph?
Glyph of warding.
Well, I could put an explosion on there, I guess. A little bit of one might call it an arcane explosion of glitter and razzle dazzle. Might take their eyes out and a few fingers and appendages from opening it, but
Just very
kind of
quickly,
like oh, go ahead.
from a sort of glyph of warding as an explosive glyph. I don't think 5d8 is just taking their fingers and eyes out.
Well, she's understating it.
To whom it may concern, go fuck yourself.
It
And
may
anybody in the
explode a
vicinity.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there for chat's benefit of, you know, what we're talking. We're basically sending a letter bomb. I hate it and love it at the same time. Carry on.
We've turned into the
Carry on.
Unabomber.
But
was just
but
a-
I would like it to be glitter and like something magical for them when they see it. Well, the last thing I guess they would see.
Honestly, Vonnie, I think that judging from everything we've seen, whoever would receive it probably would not be undone entirely by this.
Partially.
But
I think
it would be food for thought for them.
It would be a message. It would be a message.
You want to put food in there?
It's
Like,
it's a
what
phrase.
kind of
No.
food?
Why are you so literal sometimes, Vanya?
I just don't think we should be wasting food
Anyway, Garrett, what do you think about bombing them?
with food.
Ignore her. She's tired. It's late. She's a moron.
But I would like to mix some, like, colorful things in there. So it's like, kind of like a, oh.
For the first part, I would like to see if we can resolve this without further violence. So I would think, firstly, I'd like to speak to one of them.
So forgo the bombing.
No, I want to hold that in reserve for if things go wrong. I want to show them we can touch them where they live.
I mean, if
They'll take us in our
discussions...
hands.
Yeah, I mean, we could have it set up, and if the discussion doesn't go well, you send off the letter and be like, well, go fuck yourself then.
Yeah. Because they're not going to send their main person to talk. They'll send somebody expendable. But the more information we can get out of them before we start the fireworks, the better.
Roll me a perception check,
Oh.
Garrett.
Oh. Epic.
Epic. As you're talking, you don't notice the word you said until, as soon as you finish, you just hear,
Someone say, fire.
and from the other side of the room, the large form of Skarn's now looking over in your direction. Again, Skarn, when he smiles, it looks more menacing, but he just...
We are setting fire things now, yes.
There may be a course in the future to how shall I say this? We might need some people fucking up.
That I
Cut
can do.
loose, unrestrained, as it were.
Touching people.
Touching people.
Touching you.
Touching
But
me.
not touching me.
I believe in a thing called fire.
God damn it.
Kelly hit me with the sweet Carolina.
All right, so with that, Skarn will just nod.
If you need me to go out and burn things, then Skarn will do so.
And he'll turn his attention back to his book, retreating into himself into the, I say small, but just giant mass of meat in the corner. He just shrinks in. The book's probably 2 or 3 inches away from one of his eyes at the side of his head as he looks over it.
He was one of our greatest hires.
Although, we will have to be careful of how we say the F word around him.
Seems to be a trigger for him.
That seems fair. Well, I think we want to... if we want to set up this meeting, then of course we can, and then we can keep this. letter thing in reserve.
Well, I think the letter, from what I guess, you're sending the letter out anyway or one of them as a way to get in touch.
Yes, we're going to send a letter up telling them we want to meet.
All right, but the letter bomb is your reserve plan. That's plan B.
Oh, yeah.
God damn
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
And then Vanya is also going to take some time, now that she has this ability, she's going to have another one in her pocket that says Falco help
Okay.
if she ever needs to send that out. Or Falco send help.
Okay.
Well, the box you want to send, mark it with something that makes it unique on the outside, yes?
Yes.
Any ideas? Like,
Just scratch a cross into it or something symbolic, maybe.
that seems kind of boring. Like, shouldn't we do something like artistic? Maybe?
It just needs to set it apart from a plain wooden box, that's all.
How about we just scratch the word bloodshot in it? Because that's what started all of this.
That would be a good one, yes.
They would definitely open that one.
So get
Fuck
it
you,
set up,
Dorian.
and when the light is the most, then send it, I guess, and we'll see how that goes.
Now, where do we tell them to meet?
Well, it should be in a place that we can't be surrounded, right? Because they're not just gonna. We can ask them to send one person one-on-one, but they're not going to, right? I mean, I wouldn't. I don't think.
Yes, but these people are confident. They believe they are strong, untouchable.
Maybe somewhere out in the open.
That's what I was thinking.
Scorched plains of Malmstown?
That was my inclination. Something neutral enough.
Where each side can see each other coming.
Should we have a banner?
No.
We just have one of us stood out in the middle of a field.
With their face covered, we don't want them to know who we are. Because that's their whole thing at the moment, is to try and find out who we are.
It could be a random banner, but just something to let them know that somebody is there.
So if you get this, we can have a meeting, but this actual box thing, it's just a matter of tossing it in the air, yes? I didn't see the one that tried to use, when we were there, it didn't seem to be much of a magic adept.
Yes, it's kind of fire and forget. You activate the keyword or activation word and off it goes.
Dorian, are you trying to say that you don't want me carrying the box, that you would rather carry the box?
I have an idea. I have an idea. And I think it would be best if I throw it, if that's the case.
Or don't. Or don't. You know, I'm just saying.
I will give you the box because I don't want the pressure of messing this up because I know I will never live it down.
There's a particular reason.
I will give you the box. I don't need
And
to
it's
know
not
what
a
you're
you
going to do
thing.
with the box.
It's a thing. I don't know if it'll work, and I don't want to be too embarrassed if it doesn't.
But it's not because you fear that I will mix boxes up or send the wrong box or
No, but that would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
mixboxulate the boxes.
Discombobulate.
Yes. But I will give you the box. And you can do with the box whatever you want.
Excellent. Well, once the morning comes, I'll go to CoinFlow and send it up.
Son of a bitch.
Do you guys want to and she's gonna work on it and be like, do you want to proofread it before I put it in the box?
Why don't you read it out to us?
Okay, and it says, "Good day, sir or ma'am, whoever this may concern. We would like a meeting to discuss things, and we shall meet at," I felt like 6 o'clock was a good time because it's like kind of dusk, you know, so I put 6 o'clock at, I can't read my handwriting here. Something Mumstown?
Scorchfield is Mumstown. Yep.
Scorchfield. Okay, that S looked like a C. Scorchfield of Mumstown. Come by yourself. One-on-one discussion is desired. Let's collaborate. Forever yours. The person writing this letter.
Can I make a couple of changes? And by can, I mean I'm going to make a few changes.
Oh, like, are you gonna write it? I mean, like, do I just need to scrap it and just bring out a whole new paper?
Yeah. Look,
Thought that was so good.
it
Okay.
was very polite, but polite isn't really what we're going for.
Oh, okay. Well, so she's gonna crumple that one and put it in her pocket and then lay out a new paper and then begins to look at him to begin writing what he says.
Wait, what date are you setting for this meet?
We want time to scout out the area, make sure we won't be seen. Couple of days' time?
Not more than a week, though, right? Because didn't we hear something that, we don't want to wait too long, right?
Mm-hmm.
We should probably be a bit, definite on that and, an actual date. Because you don't want to say, ooh, in a couple of days. And then, what if they misinterpret, a couple of days as 4 days, whereas we think it's 2 days, right?
Or do they even know what day was sent?
Oh, should we
Intend to
date
say
the letter that it's sent and then the date that they need to show up? We should get very detailed.
I think simple is probably better. Just this day, this time, be there. And boom. Without the boom, not the literal boom.
You don't want me to
Booms for
write boom
later.
on there?
Yeah, the booms for later.
Oh. Okay. She scraps that piece of paper. Because she's got 5 papers on her.
Vanya,
And pulls out another one.
you have in your cantrips a new spell.
The light.
No. You may need to turn your bar off, turn it back on again. You should have create enchanted parchment.
Go to your character sheet.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll throw it
might
up
be in
for
my
you.
characters. Okay, thank you. All right. 3rd time's a charm. Let's go, Garrett. I need you to say it like word for word. I don't want to scratch anything out. Like maybe prepare it in your head because I'm going to write it as is. If you put any M's in there, I will put
I just hold up one finger while I'm writing on a piece of parchment in front of myself. Okay. Your people are dead. We need to meet and speak about the bloodshot. Meet me alone, scorched Malmstown Fields, midnight, Tuesday.
Should you give them a specific date on there? Because, like, what if this is
This will suffice.
they get it and then like they don't open it up until Wednesday and they think it's the following Tuesday?
And
Do you
if they
think
don't
that-
turn up on Tuesday, they'll be exploded by Wednesday.
Okay, well, I guess it's up to them to check their mail periodically, huh? Okay.
We have a contingency.
Can do. And she just writes out exactly what he has on there. Do you want me to put love or sincerely, any kind of salutation?
Nope.
So heartless, but okay.
It's not supposed to be pleasant now, is it?
Well, I mean, I feel like you should always end a letter with
You're not writing a love letter. Oh, dear such and such, how I long to see you again. Nothing like that. Just
oh, you could
to the
put
point.
how I long to see you and to have a discussion with you
No,
about
no.
Bloodshot.
no, that's too much. It's too much.
It expresses eagerness for dialogue and
Sounds desperate.
We need to come from a position of power, and less is more in this case.
listen, I'm not going to question you all. I'm going to write it as is, and she's going to divvy it up and hand the box over to Dorian after she's scratched Bloodshot into the box and says, but I write things differently to my sisters.
What I also need you to do is write it in block capitals, no embellishments, nothing identifiable to your normal handwriting.
Garrett, why didn't you say that before I started writing it?
Would
She
you like me
scraps
to
the
write
paper again. Yes. Can he write it, or do I have to?
Yeah, he can write
Okay.
it as long as all you need to do is just put in, the runic sigils in the bottom or on the back of the paper, just somewhere on the paper so that it will do its thing. But yeah, someone else can write it. You just enchant it.
All right, Garrett, you write it. I've already wasted 4 pieces of paper.
Vanya, these pieces of paper you're using,
Oh, I know they're expensive. Yeah.
Oh, you're using those ones.
Well, no, it's just the regular parchment.
No, it's
parchment
still-
paper.
it's
It's
all
not
good.
the magically imbued. It's not the contract ones.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's not the contract papers.
I was about to say, 3 people have just lost their lives.
It's just regular paper.
Scyther can see Vanya's getting exacerbated, and he rummages around and he goes, Reza, give me. Here we go. And he pulls out a squished, maybe a little bit damp pastry. Like a little croissant. There you go, Vanya.
Oh, so good. Thank you. Thank you, Cypher.
Days like these, I'm glad I don't eat anymore.
She moves out of the way to let Garrett do his thing.
Okay, so I write it completely, almost like typeface.
Yep.
So, no, there's nothing distinguishing about it at all. And I look at it for a second and think, does need something. And I go in my pouch, pull out a little bottle, and just tip a tiny drop of bloodshot on the page. And let it dry.
Smart.
I think that'll do.
Wonderful. So who's going to meet him?
I think,
You in disguise?
yeah, well, me with a face covering at least. That way, if things go hairy, I can get out of there quickly. And also, I can link my mind to yours so you can hear what's said.
I mean, if we scout out the place good enough, you could just bury me and Reza in the field before you start the meeting. We don't breathe, we won't suffocate. We'll just lie there. Psychic link to you, ready to pounce, if needs be.
You know what? I
Fucking
like it.
stupid. I love it.
Taking full advantage of the fact that dead things can't suffocate.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did this.
It's all right. I mean, it's good, but it's not what Dorian.
Scuba Steve.
It's not what Dorian said earlier.
And just like that, we've invented another war crime for Nova Stoya.
Yeah. All right, do continue. You're making plans. I'm just, as DM, just sat here, just like, oh fuck. Okay, let me just rewrite everything.
Okay,
Vanya-
so which comes first? This meeting or the one with the lady from the court?
I think this one first, because this is an immediate problem.
Okay.
And we still haven't come to a consensus on what we're doing about the court.
I think we should all go.
That could be dangerous for yourself and Reza.
Yes, but Dorian said that this what's her name again?
Vulpescu.
Mm-hmm.
she's shrewd, yes?
I should think very shrewd.
Then she'll know the, you know,
I mean, if
the
you want,
use of having individuals.
if you want, Dorian, if you want to roll me a history check, I perhaps, could ask a few questions about Vulpescu, if you have any.
The sheet. This is going to be pretty much just a flat.
It's just a flat fucking roll of a 23. I'll pretty much give you free reign. Ask away what you would like in regards to House Vulpescu and their countess.
Okay, so we've already kind of ascertained that she's trying to gain favor with the Kosheveks by helping them, and is kind of they're in a position against the Morettis. So we haven't really had much experience with the districts that the Vulpescus run.
Correct.
And they're closer into the city, like it's including Bloodworks. So
yeah,
that's a lot of the economic, military power and supply. But as far as history goes, with her in particular, less than the court itself, just because they all seem to have a pretty unilateral position on rogue vampires and creatures that would be threatening to them. But does she have a tendency to react in very totalitarian ways, like just go scorched earth?
No.
Or is
no? I can immediately say she, out of the vast majority of the court, Vulpescu is the last one who would go scorched earth, unless you personally. She's been known to be incredibly cruel to people who have scorned her personally. But due to the fact that she's probably the most social of the known members of the court, you get the feeling from what you've read and the odd account that's been passed through the administration office that she's the one most open to having talks and discussions, diplomatic endeavors. But again, it's she's very shrewd. She will look at everything as a piece on her chessboard. You are a pawn. Everything in this city is a pawn to her. It's just how she will use you. But for those who have been, you've seen a lot of records from other, from the districts that she does run. So Lantern, Mornham, Bloodworks, and Forlorn. The administrators of those districts are very well off and very looked after.
Yes. Okay, so based on just the history, when she's the most social, probably the only one that you would potentially want to actually have a conversation with, does she tend to she values things as pieces on the table for her to play with? Am I under the impression that she would keep juicy details like the existence of the in particular Cypher and Reza would be the main concerns, if she would keep those to herself and she's not going to share that information with other people unless if it's really beneficial to her.
As long as you benefit her as a pawn or as a piece on her board, that's one thing I would say is that those who work for her are protected. So yeah, you certainly would get the impression that if you were a piece on her board, your secret would probably be safe with her unless you tried to bite the hand that fed you. And then She does have the potential to be one of the cruelest in regards to punishment, though.
Well,
Whereas most court members would have people, locked in gibbets and hung from cages across the district, she's been known to imply certain horrific punishments, the most notable being something called the Stone Tongue. And that's where one of her court mages turn people's tongue to stone. And over the span of, weeks, they slowly either suffocate or die of dehydration, of starvation, because they can't eat, they can't talk. That's one of the very many, unpleasant things that she has done to those who've scorned her. But for those who are loyal to her, she's creative. But for those who are loyal to her, they reap the benefits, they reap the rewards.
Well, we might be able to deal with her. It would be a risk, of course, but we could try to make something work there if we wished. And we have other avenues to ply as well. I think it might be worth it. But it's not my call to make. It is two people in particular who would be risking more than the rest.
I mean,
I say let's do it.
If you want myself and Reza to sit out, then fair enough. But I think we should all go.
Were you not asking me? Was I not the two?
Well, no, I was
the two.
talking
Whoa.
about the two people who do not draw breath any longer.
You're right. I do breathe. Yeah.
The court are might touchy about other things that are not so dearly clinging to life. But I can let you have a think on that, and I'll go take care of sending this off.
Okay.
So Dorian is going to go stow his gear so he doesn't look like a juggernaut and get into his civilian attire and get ready to go to the Coin Flow District.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Does Vanya know that you're going to the Coin Flow District? Because,
Yeah.
well, now she's gonna wait a little bit because she's eventually gonna need to go there. But she's gonna pull Garrett aside, and then she's gonna go to the Sisterhood.
Okay.
Bearing in mind it's 1 o'clock at night.
It is, at this point, probably more like 2, 3 in the morning.
She may rest after she pulls Garrett to the side, and then she's gonna go to the Sisterhood.
Okay. So, we'll do Garrett and Vanya first, and then because at the minute Dorian's stowed his gear and has started to make his way in the dead of night out of the folly in the direction of Coin Flow District.
You look like you have something to say.
She's gonna lift her right arm up and reveal like her tattered dress that is covered in blood. Is it bad?
No, it's just a scratch, really. You've had worse.
I feel like don't I need like some stitches? Maybe to, Or maybe you could, like, clean it, like, so it doesn't get infected.
Okay. Roll your sleeve up. I start unpacking my medical kit.
She's gonna roll her sleeve up.
I'll get some water and a cloth and I'll start cleaning the arm. And there. It's all better now.
Roll me a medicine check, Garrett. So I think with that, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. And that also, with you using the healing kit, yeah, roll me a d4, Vanya. You would notice that in spite of Garrett stitching you up, your flesh doesn't seem to knit together like it once used to. Even with Garrett's expert touch with regards to medicine. In fact, if anything, it seems almost like what Garrett's done is hindering your recovery.
Garrett, I think you've done it wrong.
And for that, you get a flat stare.
It doesn't feel any better. Would she get any kind of, like, impulse to maybe, like, rub a contract on it?
Roll me an insight check. Rubbing a contract on it won't help. But for a brief moment, a somewhat darker thought, only there momentarily, perhaps tearing one up may assist. Perhaps, and it's not like it's a darker thought, it's almost like there's a second voice just behind your ear whispering to you, Vanya. A familiar voice.
Wait.
A very familiar voice.
Garrett, 1 second. And she's always got some on her just in case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, she never knows when she needs to make one. Maybe she's made one when she's out and they're still on her. So she's going to take one and she's going to rip it up really quick and put it into her mouth and make like kind of like a salve bandage. And is going to like just put it over her arm.
Uh-huh. This whisper behind you, the voice of the nurse. Well, that was unexpected, but certainly one way of doing it.
She's going to answer the voice and say, "It's not going to stick dry. You got to get it wet."
True. I believe that you and I need to have a discussion at some point soon, my dear. There is, or should I say, my sister.
Okay. What do you mean by soon? You know, was talking with my group around how we need to be a little bit more direct on certain dates, certain
Oh,
times, so that we're not late.
I'm aware. It's at that moment,
Yeah.
Vanya, where Garrett, you would just see Vanya almost freeze for a minute. Her eyes roll back. And Vanya, you see a completely different scene. It's that of the nurse's chamber. Almost like you're looking through her eyes this time. And she just puts her hand up in front of her and waves it. Oh, I know what you've been doing. It's been so very interesting. Surprised you haven't tapped in yet, but perhaps, again, we should have a chat at some point. And it's at that moment, Vanya, where the connection just breaks. And you are back in the shadowed circle. The presence of the nurse no longer there. You signed up to be in a hag coven. Welcome to the
Garrett,
shit
have
show.
I been out? Have I been out long?
What did you just do?
I think I was talking to the nurse.
No, the paper. Was that one of your contract?
Oh, yeah. I got this, like, intense feeling that would, make my arm feel better.
What of the person that signed the contract?
Mm. Would she know what happened to that person? Like, details?
Details. That's a question. Roll me just a straight intelligence. In fact, no. Let's go with let's go a straight intelligence check, please. A 10. No, you wouldn't know exactly what happened. You siphoned off some energy from the contract, and you feel much better for it. The wound's now beginning to rapidly heal over.
Would she know, like, and maybe you can't give me this with that roll, but would she know whether it was just a partial siphon or a full siphon?
Who knows? Who knows with that roll?
Garrett, when this happens, you know, when they make an agreement, they agree to certain things, and it's approved, and I feel much better. Look at my arm. Look.
Are we going to have another Thomas Verbeck on our hands?
I mean, that's up to you all. I mean, that's not my fault that you guys chose someone that I already had a contract with. I mean, I do think that you all need to probably be careful of who you choose as your
Vanya, get
allies,
out.
as I have over 1,000 contracts out there at this moment. It could be anybody, it could be.
Vanya, get out.
I do, as she's walking out, I do appreciate you trying. Obviously, your medicine doesn't work on me, but now I know.
Vanya,
I'm happy
out.
to help. I've got to go, Garrett. I have to go rest and then meet with the nurse later. Thank you. I will talk to you later.
With the door closing. You all right there, Garrett?
Oh, guy's pissed.
I wonder why.
Hmm.
Who knows?
Shouldn't be. It's all
Yeah.
natural.
All right, I'm going to take this very brief moment just to say, Lunar Starlight Wolf Goddess, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It took us a little while to get around there because of all the RP, but yeah, welcome to our little corner of Twitch. We run quite a dark fantasy Gothic campaign. Give you a brief rundown of the characters. We have Garrett. Garrett, in your own words, who are you? Just quickly.
I'm just a simple business owner. Half elf. Little bit of fae in there. It's all good.
All right. Vanya, briefly, who are you?
So Vanya is, she's a bard, but has different types of magics and has embraced hagness and also has a cult of sisters that follow her, and she is in a hag cult, and she's just a little complicated.
Dorian, who are you?
Well, let's see here. Formerly cursed doll, now freed and took over someone else's body, and now running for the governor of, or administrator, I like the word governor more, of Lower Streets. I am once again asking you to vote for Charlton Hestwood for governor of Lower Streets.
Yeah, just so
Pretty much it.
a doll. He was once a doll.
Hey, doll.
Do you still have the picture of it?
I don't to hand. Hashtag body snatcher. We've then got Teresa. So go on.
Yeah, we were making much better use of it now. It was going to waste before.
So half elf, sneaky business owner with slight fae elements. Hag, wannabe hag.
The Tony Robbins of hags, the positive change your world hag.
Yeah. Body snatching demon. Teresa is our resident vampire lady. And then last but not least, so again, Teresa's not with us tonight, sadly. But last but not least, Cypher, who are you?
Cypher started as homunculus, an artificial creature created through magics, and then he fucking killed himself and turned into a lich, because fuck it, why not? If you're gonna be weird, go all the way.
Yeah, changeling lich. So it's a thing. So yeah, even though these are all powerful entities as players, you are not the most powerful creatures in this eternal city of night. We play in a city. Basically, this entire campaign is focused on a singular city that we call it's called Novostoya. It's ruled by a cabal of vampires called the Crimson Court. And yeah, it's forever night. It's dark. It's a shithole, but it's our shithole, I think.
Yeah,
cool.
We're all monsters.
Yeah, we own enough of it.
You own the slums. Wow. All right. So with that then, with this discussion in the Shadowed Circle concluded between Garrett and Vanya, we'll take over in the direction of the Coinflow district. Here, Dorian, you make your way out of the folly, down the streets, into Market Row before eventually reaching the gate to Coinflow. Now, bear in mind, at this point, it's very dark for starts, so let's give us some light. Mm-hmm. It is roughly 3-4 a.m. in the morning. As you begin to stride your way up towards the gates, you are met with the typical visage of several wardens. One of them steps forward, hand outstretched towards you as you approach.
All right, hold it.
He's going to halt.
A bit late for a visit into Coinflow, is it not?
Well, is it? I thought it was a bit early. Don't the shops open soon? Or...
Depends.
No,
Are you
never
looking
did.
for a bargain? Huh?
Bargain.
Papers,
I don't
now.
think anything comes.
Before you even finish your
And,
sentence, the guard's hands just straight out towards you.
He'll fish out his papers.
The warden takes the papers, begins to look over them. Looks up towards you, Dorian.
Ah. Mr. Hestwood. Governor-elect. Apologies. There you go. Papers back.
None needed. Need to make sure that you sort out all the ne'er-do-wells who want to pass by.
But to see you stride in and through Market Road without an armed escort, you're either brave or fucking stupid. Tell me, what's happening with this shithole anyway? Because, well, the last few months have been naught but issues crawling out of these fucking slums.
Yes, the past few months have been, well, trying. But, especially for those stationed here, for the wardens, I think that you'll find that a bit more windfall will be coming this way soon. Things are looking better. Just had a bit of troubled waters before we get there.
Well, look, according to some of the other guards, that Sandoval's trying to make a bit more of a push. So, now they're actually going to try and do something, but I don't believe that for a fucking second, do you? Eh? I mean, again, we've been posted here at Sandoval's fucking beckoning, right? Just to keep the masses out, but it never gets better. Nothing ever gets easier.
Well, I should have to say that maybe something should be done about that. A little bit of fresh blood, a little more. Breathe a little more life into this area so that it's not so dreary a post.
Roll me a persuasion check, please, Dorian.
Yep.
It's not a bad idea, to be honest with you. I would certainly like to see this place at least a little better, get some of them fucking rebels sorted. I mean, look.
The guard will point towards the gallows where you'll see about 7 or 8 individuals just swinging. And then he'll motion above the gates where there's, again, another 8 to 10 heads skewing on pikes.
But nothing but riffraff. Now, if you are saying that you can, make our lives here at the gates a bit easier, huh? Is that what I'm hearing?
Of course. The goal is to make everyone, the entire area, better, and by extension, you would not have to deal with as much unpleasantness as you do. Unless you wish to, of course. I know how that gets sometimes.
Oh, I mean, the odd hanging every now and again is entertaining, especially when they start kicking and screaming, saying it's not them, but, yeah. All right. How about...
And the guard will glance around and see if there's any other individuals, peasants, or other commoners around, which, bear in mind, it's the gates to Coinflow. There aren't many.
Right.
I'll start putting your name forward, to anyone who sort of passed through the gates.
And what's your name?
7432.
7432. That'll do. Well, I'll keep that in mind. 7432. And you can drop the titles with me. To me, just Charlton or Hestwood is fine.
John. All right. Well, in that case, anyone who makes their way through these gates, I will have a certain word with them that, you know, it may be best in the upcoming, elections, that Charlton is the man to vote for.
Good man.
Oh no. There's about to be a lot of...
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It wouldn't be fun if there wasn't some chaos.
Yeah. So with that, the guard, this one seems to be a little more professional than Antonio.
Yep.
Maybe because
Not
you're
trying
not...
to
Yeah.
suck face with any hags.
Old hags.
Gertrude Bucket, the woman of his dreams, forever lost. Poor Antonio.
So as you begin to make your way through the gates, the warden will just turn around.
All right, open the gates. It's the governor-elect, potentially. Hey, in future, remember this face, boys.
A couple of the other wardens who are on watch, who, bear in mind, you know, whilst he was talking to you, you had crossbows trained on you the entire time, even to the point where one of the wardens on the gatehouse above you lazily had one of the muskets just resting on the wall, pointing in your direction.
This is hopefully the new governor, boys, and if he gets into power, then guess what? Makes our fucking lives a bit easier. So, no trouble, and let's make sure anyone who passes through is aware.
You just hear a cacophony of voices from the other wardens ring out with, you know, all right, understood. We'll see it done.
All right. Well, hopefully the rest of your evening will go smoothly. And he's going to go through and nod and, you know, smile and wave at, you know, the wardens that are actually paying attention now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to try to go to the heart of the coin flow district, the empty streets. Well, mostly empty streets at this point, I think.
It would be. I mean, there would still be the odd person bumbling around, but considering coin flow is now in the city proper, you don't have the bums, the homeless, the slum dwellers sat at the roads. There aren't many drunken individuals here, as this is the heart of commerce of the city. Every now and again, as you begin to meander your way through the cobbled, red lantern lit streets, you would see a patrol of the Mercenary Guild Guard. Instead of the heavy plate armor that the wardens are all wearing, the merchant guards seem to be more leathers, with a orangey yellow, almost like a mustard coloured tabard over their top, hoods up. Roll me a perception check. As you pass a group of merchant guard, a couple of them cast a glance over you, but seeing that, you know, you're in attire appropriate for the district, they don't seem to pay you no heed. But I would imagine with them casting a bit of scrutiny your way, it wouldn't give you much chance to glance over them. So sadly, with a 5, I can't give you any further details on the merchant guard.
It's all right. We got a mission.
That you do. So making your way through the coin flow, you'll, after 25 minutes, half an hour or so, you eventually reach the centre of the coin flow district. What do you do?
Yeah. Well, I'll click this to see if it relinks. It didn't. Create Enchanted Scroll is going to... he's going to look around and see if there's anybody, like, right there on the street.
There would be, you know, 5 or 6 people just walking down the street. You know, Nova Stoya's, even during the night, is never just quiet and empty. But at this late at night, you get the impression no one would really be taking any notice of you.
All right, we're going to cast the box aloft, and
Yeah.
once it starts to like grip the air, like it's actually going to work.
So, let's just focus on the coin flow district on here.
So he's going to cast this and concentrate and just basically get a feel for where it goes. So
Son of a bitch.
even if it like suddenly gets shielded somehow, he's just trying to look for like an indication of where it would go.
So, with you being here, the center of the coin flow district, there's it's almost like a large courtyard / wide street that during business hours is usually lined with various vendors and tents. But at the minute, most of them, whilst the tents and vendors are still there, they are just closed. But yeah, you cast the parchment into the air. It takes a brief moment as it floats about 20 or so feet above your head before eventually this scroll starts to right itself, turns in a northeasterly direction and begins to shoot off. From there, it travels about 500 feet. Locate object. Let's have a look.
Describe or name an object that is familiar to you. You sense the direction to the object's location, as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement. The spell can locate a specific object known to you, as long as you have seen it up close within 30 feet, at least once. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon. The spell can't locate an object if any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet, blocks a direct path between you and the object.
So, at some point, the response back from the locate object would cut off. At roughly 500 or so feet northeast of you.
Well, he's going to walk that way, get an idea for what's there. And judging by the map, it's probably a good idea of where it went.
You begin to trudge through the streets in the direction that the enchanted parchment flew off in. Following the main road, you reach another larger open courtyard in front of what can only be described as a grand guild house. At least 5 stories high, with a multitude of spires protruding from the back. Surrounded by, just at a quick glance, at least 30 to 40 of the Merchant Guard. This is the Merchant Guild's headquarters in Coinflow, their seat of power. And this was the rough direction and the location where you lost the divination of the scroll. Do you all understand now why I said fuck earlier?
Right, so we're going to bomb the HQ. It's going to be great.
Yeah, as soon as Dorian said, "Oh, do I know that?" I'm like, "Oh shit, I know what's coming."
Well, that's just fantastic. He's going to look at the building a little bit and then just start strolling back through the city. He's going to try to kill some time. He doesn't want to go back too soon. Nothing's going to be really that open this early.
There
But
would be
he'll pace around a bit.
Yeah, there will be a few taverns. Granted, the costs of drinks in the coin flow and the clientele there are, more at market. But it's not an issue for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll go to a tavern and get a drink and just really milk it for all it's worth for time, so that he can make a good showing of having done something that day before he heads back.
All right.
And that's basically what he'll be doing.
In that case, then, before we flick back to others, shall we call a quick refill and pee break?
Yeah.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, folks, we will be right back. Thank you, Durs. Appreciate it. So, yeah, take this moment to refill. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes, if that. Ooh. Oh, won't be a second. Sad Panda, why is the rum all gone?
We always drink it, mate.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Hey.
Back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Ooh, what are you eating? What have you got?
Chocolate covered almonds.
Sounds really good, actually.
Oh, they are.
Yeah. All right. So, meanwhile, excuse me, still trying to get over this cough. Cypher, what have you been up to?
Well, he doesn't sleep at night, so when everybody broke up, he's like, well, okay. I'll go do Cypher things. And Cypher had Reza bring back a little something of his. A little corpse that was a little on the burnt side.
So
but it's still good.
Where is this at the minute? Whereabouts are you?
I've gone into the into Cypher's sanctum.
All right. Into the sanctum. Bear with me. Let's. I believe somewhere. There we go. All right, so in a chamber deep underground beneath the Baron's Folly, beneath the shadowed circle's fighting pit, even further in the ruins of the outskirts of the city below, we find you, Cypher, in the central chamber, once a chapel to an ancient forgotten civilization. It's been a couple of months since we were last here, Cypher. What is your sanctum like? What is this place?
Well, it is the remains of an ancient church. And we redecorated it with a lovely obsidian obelisk that is housing a vampire inside as a fuel source. Because it's not one night, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now it's strewn with books and parchments, and there's a helpful shade that wanders around organizing it. In which case, it literally just moves everything from one spot to another spot, and Cypher can never find anything. Because it's fucking useless.
Yeah. So yeah, just every now and again you see a shadow just pick up a book, move it to another pile, put it down, and one day you'll appear and you'll have all of the books on the left-hand side of the sanctum. You come another day and all of the books are at the back. Other times just spread everywhere.
I mean, I give it the basic instruction to organize and then set it to a task, and it never stopped. And I was like, oh. Well, I fucked that one up, didn't I? So now he's going to rectify that problem.
All right. So you brought the charred remains of one of the mercenaries. Yeah, exactly, Shade. So you brought the charred remains of one of the mercenaries down into the sanctum. Over to you. What are you up to?
Well, we once came into contact with a person called Anvara Taban, and we definitely know she died because we fucking killed her. But we also know that the coroner brought her back. So Cypher's going to try and animate this body so he has a proper helper, one that can listen to instructions and has a bit more free will.
Oh, okay.
Not too much, just enough to.
Yeah. Let's go with
I mean, it'll only work in this area. It's kind of like tethered to the obelisk.
Yeah.
So if it tries to wander off, it's like, okay.
I mean, Arcana check.
Arcana. 12.
What's this ritual look like? It's not something that you've done before, or at least on this scale. And it is very much the first steps of the Summon Undead spell. Now, obviously, the knowledge that you've gleaned from the various tomes you've stolen and copied from the coroner will help with this, but it's not a complete success. Why? What happens? What's the flaw with it? So with that roll, it will work and it will function and do what you want it to do. But give me a flaw as well.
It forever feels the pain that is done to its body. It's aware that its body is damaged and can't comprehend that it's damaged and dead, and it doesn't actually hurt because it's dead. So occasionally it'll just stand there and scream.
Oh my god. So we've got this charred corpse walking around the sanctum, and then once a day it just screams.
It just starts screams for like half an hour.
Oh my god. Oh, I feel sorry for Vanya and Reza.
You gotta pick your neighbours, you know what I mean?
So yeah, again, you spend about an hour. Describe to me the ritual? You know, I know you're wanting to do this, but how do you get it to this point?
First, he uses Speak with Dead. To animate the body.
Okay.
But he doesn't, because he's already absorbed the soul of this vessel. So he just like tethers another one to it and then speaks with Dead. And when it's to say, he binds it and then goes to work, similar to the nature of when Dorian was Desmond and he did maintenance on his body. It's kind of, you know, stretching a soul to fit the vessel sort of thing.
Yeah.
Using the obelisk as an anchor point. So basically it has a shadow that reaches its shadow will always reach the obelisk.
Okay.
And if its shadow can't reach the obelisk, it can't fucking... It's like...
Yeah, it's pulled back. Oh, almost like an invisible wall. Okay, so...
Yeah.
You spend an hour doing this, and with the last vestiges of power imbued into this charred corpse, immediately its eyes, or its charred eyelids, flicken open. A bluish green hued energy pulses from it, and then for the next half an hour, all there is just this for half an hour as it just stands in the center of the sanctum screaming.
Slapper just clicks his tongue and goes, well, not what I wanted.
After the half
He'll
an hour,
just watch it till it shuts up.
yeah. After 30 minutes, roughly, of it standing there screaming into the void, its eyes will dim. The the greeny blue hued soul energy just flickering now, regulating itself back to normal as the body jerks a couple of times and pivots on the spot to look at you. A raspy voice, whilst not coming from its mouth, but only you can hear Cypher in your head. Just hear, "What is your command?"
You are to organize everything in here and keep it clean and tidy.
Very well. Oh, that was a bit dry. Excuse me. So, I'm going to cough, bear with me. Taking a few steps jerkily towards the side of the room. The charred, animated corpse begins to pick up books, look over them, and its head turns unnaturally, first 90 degrees,
Nice.
then 110, and then about 140 or so degrees, the sound of cracking echoing around the sanctum. In which order?
Organize them by reference material.
Shadows begin to wrap around the neck and the head of the corpse as the soul within this corpse just twists the head back round. again, the sound of cracking ringing around the sanctum as it begins to sift through several tomes and seems to be doing stacking them in some form of order that it believes makes sense. God damn it, Shade. I just read that. All right. Anything further you wish to do here, Cypher?
No. Cypher will just grab a book and go sit in Garrett's sanctum and read. Have when he gets there, like Elias will make like a wicker chair for him to sit down, and he sit down and just chill with Garrett while he reads a book.
All right. Anything anyone else wishes to do before we close the day out with a rest?
No, I'm pretty good, thanks.
Vanya?
Are you saying like completely close it out?
No. Just before you get a short rest in.
Oh, no, because she's heard all that screaming and has had to relocate upstairs and because she was wanting to get up early to go visit the nurse, but that isn't happening because of all the bullshit that Cypher was doing. So she had to sleep in.
All right. Dorian, you make it back. Is there any last things you wish to do, or are you just going to do?
He is going to just let it ride for now, and then inform everyone the next day, what he's discovered.
All right. So in that case then, with that out of the way, a short rest for everyone. You get a nice 8 hours of downtime to sleep if you need it, meditate, rest.
Quick question. How much did that contract salve heal Vanya?
Roll me an additional D4. Four. There you go. It healed you another 4.
I will take it. And she is going to use...
First thing Rez is going to train a new pet to plug her ears. There.
You're welcome.
She is going to use a hit dice to gain back her first level spell.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me figure out which contract that is.
I believe that is your contract of power.
Yes. Which it's supposed to get back 2, but I only had used 1, so I'm gonna go ahead and get that thing back. Because I don't know when you're gonna give me another short. So how do I go about doing that?
So, first things first, the contract of power. In fact, before I do that, Irish, hello, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. You are missed by all of us. In regards to the contract of power, though, this is the rough one for the contractees, Vanya.
I got 1,000 of them.
Yeah. I will restore the spell slots for you. So what's which spell slot is it you're wanting restored? A level 1 spell, is it?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
only one.
How does it look then as you draw on this contract for power?
So, she has she's relocated up to a bedroom that is no longer hers, but has gotten a vacant one because of whatever screaming from. She perceived it was from Cypher, and so she's up in the bedroom, and she pulls out a contract, and she's first gonna start by sniffing it. And just kind of just blotting it on her face and just kind of down her arms and onto her fingertips, and then lays it onto the bed and then just kind of hovers over it with her face and kind of siphons the life force out of it.
The parchment begins to disintegrate at the edges. And you feel this wave of rejuvenating energy ripple through your body. Roll me a D100. Someone somewhere's in for a really bad time. Somewhere out in the Piker district, laid in bed, a young man begins to feel unusual, slightly odd. Gets up, washes his face in a dirty pail of water, opens the wooden shutters to the streets, takes in a breath of, I would say fresh air, but the Piker district's not exactly the freshest of the slums. And then all of a sudden, his eyes glaze over as his body just drops to the floor. You though, man, you feel fucking good. Rejuvenated. Power courses through your veins.
I'm assuming she did this first thing in the morning just because of, if not, she'd have been up all night.
Excellent. So, with that though, someone felt positively great for a few moments. Which brings us to the morning. Morning time rather than morning light. What's the plan for the day? You all got up to various things over the last 8 to 12 hours. Especially you, Dorian.
Yes. So Dorian is going to be looking for essentially everyone else to let them know what he has discovered. And he'll start by going into the Undercroft with that from up the upstairs.
Vanya will do the same. She wants to check in before she heads out.
Well, you find Cypher with Garrett in the throne room, probably.
Yep, that's where I'll be.
Approaching the thorny door.
Yep. The various roots that are covering the door immediately begin to peel away as you approach Dorian, followed shortly by Vanya, as Elias welcomes you both in.
Well, thank you, Elias. I missed that guy already. Well, good morning. I wanted to let you all know that last night I set that box off on its way and discovered it went directly back to the Merchant Guild headquarters in the coin flow. So,
The Merchant Guild?
the Merchant Guild, like the guild that oversees coin flow, has its own guard, and is pretty well entangled with the Morettis, House Moretti. So, just note if we do decide to employ the Plan B with the box, that's where it would be going. Probably get ugly.
I mean, only if you're on the receiving end.
Yeah, and I mean, they're kind of a hurdle for us right now in the coin flow, right?
They are, but that building is practically a fortress, with its own small army attending it. So, it's just if we decide to employ some drastic measures, we will have to have plans to go along with it.
Would be like stirring up a hornet's nest.
It also sends a message, though.
It does send a message.
I don't know what kind of message you were trying to send last night, Cypher, but it was heard and I relocated.
Oh, that's Greg.
Fuck Greg.
Oh my damn. Fuck Greg. He does his job, but you know what? You guys don't need another Indrices. Just try to ignore it. It's only every so often.
So it's gonna continue.
Oh yes, yeah, definitely.
What's going to continue?
I may have animated a corpse, and it may still feel the pain of death.
It screams, Dorian. Very loudly. For a long time.
It's like 25, 30 minutes tops.
Does it do it often, or just like once when it would kind of like wake up in the morning and get it out of its system, or is it just random?
Random. If it's got tasks to do, it seems perfectly all right. Like, it hasn't screamed since like 3 o'clock till 7 o'clock, so
So if you
he's
keep
busy.
it busy, it isn't able to come to reconciliation with the fact that it's a living terror.
Exactly.
Well, guess you best keep him busy unless you want to listen to it. Then you'll have to come up with tasks just for it to do. They don't necessarily actually do anything productive.
Smart.
Isn't that what your shade was doing before, though?
Yes, but this is way more efficient. It can actually comprehend what it's doing.
But you may have it doing the same thing just to keep it busy. But it screams.
So how many contracts did you tear up yesterday, Vanya?
Did you see that?
It's called
Did you feel it?
deflecting.
I wonder if a contract could shut the screams up.
No, it's already dead.
Well,
What if I shove one in its mouth?
see, you're looking for a way to solve it. I think it's more of a feature. If it's ever not being productive, it's going to let you know exactly where it is, so you can go and fix that.
Like a bell. You could just put a bell on it. Why's it gotta scream?
Because it still has vocal cords. Oh, I guess we could remove its vocal cords. That would work. You got a knife?
Would that work?
Probably not. It'll just be ethereal screams into the ether and it'll just annoy me.
But only you, right?
Yes, well, if I'm going to suffer, I might as well annoy you as well.
But how would we know it's not busy?
Exactly.
So, what are we gonna do with this Merchants Guild now that we know?
I guess we find out when we talk to them. If we talk to them.
Yes, I believe the plan was to talk to them, and if it didn't work out, then resort to much flashier measures.
As long as they don't escalate against the silent road in the meantime.
Maybe you could give them a screaming Greg and they'll evacuate the coin flow.
I don't see how that would work.
Just saying. I
You
think
just
we
want to
could
be
get
rid of
rid
the
Greg.
screaming dead man.
He is kind of a pain.
Well, look at the bright side. Menial tasks, done.
My thoughts exactly.
Wait. Does this mean that you can bring James back?
Do you have his body?
Dorian, could we get his body?
It would be a challenging task to track down all of the carrion birds and things that have feasted upon them. Maybe just the skeleton somewhere. But then how would we know which one's his? I suppose there would be a rather distinctive crack and potentially hole in the skull we could look for, but probably not. I think that's a lost cause. And honestly, he's better off dead. I think.
I mean, what? I couldn't send him out looking how he looks now, so you're probably right. Because what use would he be to me?
Wait, you want an undead creature to send out in the city? Are you crazy?
Well, James was helping me set up shop and coin flow, and he did a really good job. He met his untimely end too soon, and I've just never found one quite like him.
It might. Perhaps I'm misremembering, but whatever happened to Bellend?
Oh, Belle.
What happened to him, Vanya?
I am drawing a blank right now. I
Yeah.
mean, is he still alive?
I don't know. You tell me. He's your errand boy.
I hear some giggling.
You know, he's.
I feel it in my bones that he's still alive, and I need to utilize him.
I mean, he's your bitch boy.
I sent him out on some quest. I need to go check on him.
I'm just picturing him like still in the basement where those people were, like those Japanese soldiers like years and years after World War II ended, just like stationed.
Sitting there like, all by myself.
Is he still in the Pica district and the
He's where. Well,
in the pipes?
you know when we had the break and we said 6 months have passed. I'm going to say yes if you've not, if you don't know, Vanya, then yes, he's been there for 6 months.
Oh my gosh, I'm glad you guys brought that up. I feel terrible now. I gotta go check on Belle.
Yes, you might want to bring some soap if you go.
Oh, I have some in my bag.
And maybe also that bottle that shoots water too, so you don't have to get too close.
So, can you remember exactly where you left him? Which basement was it?
Well, he was in whenever we I can't remember what it was called, but it was whenever we had went down there and everybody had went a little crazy.
With the with the two mushroom-esque monsters by chance. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And we had didn't we send the team down there to eradicate the mushrooms down in the pipe?
Yep.
Yep.
Uh-huh. So he's been in the basement of the Spyglass for the last 6 months.
Oh. Okay, well, we'll have a reunion with him next session.
Dear Journal, day 196 of living off rats and whatever water I can gather from the drainage during rain. I found a melon and we have quickly become friends. His name is Steve.
He's resorted to cannibalism. That's why the Spyglass has such a high turnover. They go into the basement for supplies, and just every once in a while, one of them just goes missing.
Belle's there on the roof. More s'mores.
Vanya now cannot get mad at Desmond/Dorian at all for James now because she's completely forgotten about Belle.
This is why we don't let you have pets.
Oh, that's cheered me up no end. Ah. So, yeah, do continue, by all means. At the minute, in regards to timings, there's, I think it's 3 days or 2 days until the Merchant Guild come for the documents from the governing office, the administration office. Couple of days until again, another 3 or so days for the meeting with the Vulpescu. You've said Tuesday, so I'm guessing you don't want to do it immediately. So maybe a day or 2 days for the meeting with the Merchant Guild in Malmstown. So yeah, so for the sake of getting timings and stuff sorted, 2 days for the Merchant Guild, 3 days for the Merchant Guild coming for the documentation from the various taverns, and then 4 days for the Vulpescu meeting. Am I missing anything?
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a busy week.
Yeah. So yeah, so those are the again, 2 short rests, and it's meet the merchant day. After that, short rest, it's deal with whatever fallout the Merchant Guild come looking for the documentation, and then meeting in Lantern. In fact, no, it's not Lantern, Magister for Vulpescu. So yeah, in regards to stuff to do, then you've basically got 2 days of downtime or prep work.
Oh yeah, there's some prep work to do. Especially the Pluscu thing. Can we organize like an actual cart, like some proper transport to pick us up and take us there
What, a decent
from
looking
inside
one?
the coin floor? Yeah, like hire one to transport us from
I mean,
here to there.
I don't know. Can you? Shall we find out? Because I know there's other things in the coin flow you guys want to do. There's a shop that needs to be hired. There's various other things that you.
Maybe a new wardrobe to go there because we don't want to look like peasants in front of fucking Novostoyan royalty.
Not a bad shout.
We
And I
could
know-
probably talk to Jacqueline about that.
And I know you want to pop into coin flow as well, Vanya. So
Yes, since Reza won't share her building with me.
So with that said, then, if there's nothing pressing at this immediate time, since we're currently down Reza, if we wish to kill a little bit of time and just get that sorted,
Yeah, let's go to the coin floor and do some shopping.
yeah. All right. In that case, then, yeah. After the discussion in the Thorn Room, are you good with that, Garrett?
Yeah, grand.
Yeah.
Absolute grand.
So yeah, after the discussions in the Thorn Room about the plans ahead, the various trials and tribulations that lie in the near future, the idea of carriage, finery, and other stuff is brought to the forefront. So you set out from the Folly, make your way through Market Row in the direction of coin flow. As you make your way through Market Row and reach the gates of Coinflow District, you immediately begin to see several of the wardens start making their way towards you before one of the lead wardens just holds up a hand as he turns to the others, and they ring out of, "Governor-elect, let him through."
Wait,
Yes.
because with Dorian, they just let us walk through.
Yes, I want to show you, and he's gonna make a little bit of a show. Like, I want you to see what life is like on the other side. What life can be like on this side if we work just a bit harder, right? And he's gonna look at the guard.
Absolutely. And
You look over Cypher, Garrett, nod, and then pause on Vanya. You look over to the notice board where there's several rough sketches of faces. Look back to Vanya.
She'll do her sisterhood smile.
now, got the cheekbones, but not the age.
Looking for someone?
Age.
Yeah, one of the old. Supposedly some information got slipped out by one of the old wardens of this gate. He's been tried for treason, strung up, but they're looking for his informant, some old, weathered witch. What was her name? Bucket?
Bucket.
Barrel bucket.
You thought I
Never
looked
heard of the
old?
name.
No, you don't look old. I'm telling you that you've just got the same cheekbones as...
And he'll just snatch this piece of parchment off of the notice board and hold it up towards you, Vanya.
Look, same our cheekbones.
Oh.
But
You're not old.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. You don't know a bucket, do you?
I don't
I don't.
know someone from but I've seen buckets. Dorian?
Dorian is going to take Vanya's hand and like turn it palm up and look at it. I don't think she's known a bucket in all of her life.
Well, sorry to hold you up. Just, doing our duty and all that. Talking about duty,
The warden will turn his back to you, and you'll see a merchant starting to approach the gate with a car.
Oi, you old papers. Also, election's coming up soon. Who are you voting for? That's what, isn't it, mate? Yes, good lad.
The merchant, without even saying a word, is just pale-faced, eyes wide, as he's reaching into his pouch to try and pull his papers out. And the other wardens just wave you all through.
Once we get a little ways through, Dorian's just going to be like, see that? Hearts and minds. They do, in fact, have them.
So it would seem.
What happened to burn them all?
What? Those are voters.
Do you not remember what you told me about my sisterhood and those that don't bend to your will and burning them all?
That's what bending looks like.
He has a point.
Because they bend, they don't get burned.
Well, and it's the wardens, and they're doing good work out here for right now. At least, for now.
There's another 3 bodies strung up on the gallows as you walk by.
See that? I bet they were going to vote for the other guy.
Oh. Is that why they're hung up?
Cypher bats are on the back. Winning team, Vanya. Winning team.
Could we have not convinced them to change their ways before
See.
stringing them up?
I'm willing to bet that these 3 will convince everyone else.
Sacrifice for the greater good?
Exactly. That's a
For the
positive
greater
statement.
good.
The greater good.
Is that your slogan now, the greater good?
I thought that was your slogan. I was just saying your slogan.
No, don't put words in my mouth, Dorian. We're positive for the greater good.
For the greater good.
I'm still working on it. It's not for the greater good, and if it was, I'm changing it now.
Okay. Let's go see if we can find some velvet or silk. Will that cheer you up? You look depressed now.
Me?
Hmm.
No, I'm not depressed because that guy told me I didn't look old, so I'm actually doing great right now.
Yes, not yet.
Not yet, what?
Nothing. I think that the bakery that Rezik goes to is somewhere near here, actually.
Can't shop on an empty stomach.
I could use a pastry. I'm a little stressed from talking with you.
After a short jaunt and pastry in hand, Gateway Bakery. You step into the coin flow, and at this point now, with it being business hours, the streets are alive with the hustle and bustle of activity. Customers, punters, and various individuals of elegant finery dart between stalls and stores alike. All of the lanterns seem to have been turned up. They hum loudly with magical power. The brightness 2-3 times what it was before. It's almost like sunset on the streets. But it certainly gives Coinflow a more lively and warm vibe.
Cypher doesn't like it. It's too bright.
Well, can have a look around. One thing Dorian wants to do is he's going to go. A long time ago, someone did something, and now might be the time to make an example out of them.
Oh,
There's
no.
a certain leather merchant who
Oh,
deals in stolen goods, and I feel like he might make a grand scapegoat as a distributor for Bloodshot.
Oh, that was back from like our first session where you and I went into the coin flow together.
Yes.
All right. So, you begin to make your way down the streets and eventually taking a left-hand turn down one of the tighter alleys. Winding your way through various stalls and vendors, you eventually reach the, if I remember rightly, the Tanned Ass Leather Goods store.
Sounds right.
Tanned Ass Leather Supplies, that's the one.
And as leather supply.
Outside, a large wooden board has a pretty crude picture of a donkey or a horse with a whip slapping its back end with just the Tanned Ass Leather Supplies scrawled underneath it. Outside the stall, the store, various rolls of leather and a few wooden mannequins with some basic leather armor on display.
Yes. Dorian's going to wander inside. He's just looking basically for a visual confirmation that this guy he remembers is still alive, because it would be entirely in character.
He's
characteristic of the city that he'd be dead.
which he's not. He's not hard to miss. The rather large, rotund visage of Theodore Alton sat on a stool behind the counter, his arms crossed, as he looks up, first quite lazily, but then he sees the more upmarket regalia that you're all wearing, and
Welcome to the Tanned Ass Leather Working Supplies. May I...
hoists himself from his chair, rubbing his hands together as he shuffles around the side of the counter towards you.
Yes, do you ship a lot of these leathers? Transport back and forth?
Oh, yes, I'm all over the city. My supplies are well known far and wide across all of Nova Stoya.
Of course they are. You know, such fine examples you have here, and prime locations, so that's not surprising.
He'll slap a sausage-fingered hand on your shoulder, Dorian.
Yeah, see a man who knows his stuff. Oh, good. What can I do for you today, then?
Well, in particular, I was thinking of getting some samples here. I can let my friends go on ahead, but let's see. And he's going to basically just go and try to find something to purchase. And I'm putting together an example for some of the artisans and business owners in the other district, and looking to potentially get a larger shipment. So just take a sampling of this, and he's going to just pick out a couple of leathers. And
Well, yes, if you're looking for a bit of a sampling, then perhaps I could offer you...
And he'll start shuffling over to various reams of leather, taking them off and folding them over his arm.
How about, my stuff is the finest in coin flow, so it's going to be quite expensive just for a sampling, but let's say 5 gold. 5 gold coins, and...
bear in mind, he's got a stack of easily 7 or 8 different types of leather. All of them are his top shelf stuff. They're not the offcuts or the cheap shit that you had last time you were here as Desmond.
No, 5 gold. Well, we'll have to set that up for the shipment then. I don't exactly carry that much around. If I understand you're going through the lower streets, having that much on your person can be a liability.
There, you're from
days do
lower streets. Ah, well,
He'll just dump the leather on the ground and start waddling back to his counter, where he reaches under, takes out a few offcuts and slaps them on the counter.
That sounds better, yeah.
15 silver.
Done. Yep. And he'll take that and
Yeah,
pleasure doing business.
he just doesn't even give you a response to that. He almost pushes this piece of leather over the counter, where it nearly falls off the side as he snatches the coin from your hand, sticks it in a pouch under the counter, and just grunts at you.
All right, and he's going to just start walking out and just clearly has no more interest in talking to the guy either.
Lower street, scum, crawling here with cheap shit off cuts.
He's going on the list.
So Cypher and Garrett are just bewildered by this whole encounter. We're just like, what the fuck was all that?
Oh, just, long overdue debts in business.
He was rude to us.
He was. And he tried to have us robbed. Which means he has connections to people who are unsavory and not in the best of favor with the merchants. Which means when his name shows up on a list of people who might be supplying bloodshot, they're probably going to act rather than think about it. And by the time that they potentially learn that it's not such a thing, well, it'll be too late for him.
So you intend to set him up as a distributor?
No, I tend to set him up as a patsy.
No, that's what I meant.
Yes. Just
okay.
1 or 2 people who say that they heard something, saw something, enough suspicion, cobble together a bunch of vague rumors, because there's not much there, no one really knows anything, but give them something to bite at, something to sniff after. And then people who waste of space, with perfectly good storefronts, by the way, for other much more motivated individuals, they can just get proper fucked.
Okay, give me a minute, and I'll be back. And I go strolling into the shop.
So you weren't in it the first time. So he doesn't.
No, it's just outside.
He doesn't notice you. So you step in, and again he looks over you, and with this deep inhale of breath, this fake smile's plastered back on his cheeks.
Welcome to the Canvas Leather Supplies. I am Theodore Alton. Can I help you with today, good sir?
Yes, I would like some nice quality leather for a coat. Nice and long. Good for the weather.
Good for the weather.
He grunts as he, once again, having just sat down a few moments ago, pushes himself back up and begins to make his way over towards a pile of leather that's been dropped on the floor, Garrett, and you would see him just reach down, start picking through before hoisting up a large piece.
Perhaps something like one of these instead.
He'll turn and point towards a piece of black dyed leather that's hanging from one of the racks on the wall.
Come from one of the beasts of the forest, tanned over the span of a month or so, quite thick, resistant to blades, would make the perfect coat, and, as you said, good price. 2 gold coins for this, and that should be enough, looking at you, small man, to make a coat of.
I'll take it.
Oh,
His demeanour changes. Smile grows wider, he starts rubbing his hands together and he nods.
I see, good. You know, for being such a distinguished fellow, let's call it a gold and 80. Yeah, got to do bargains and deals for upstanding men of your stature.
Marvellous, marvellous. Could you, wrap it in something to make it easier for me to carry? Well, easier for my man to carry. You know how it goes.
Yes, of course. Just bear with me. In fact, I'll do you one better.
He reaches behind the counter into a crate and takes out a large linen sack. The symbol on the front is, again, the crudely drawn donkey with a whip at the back, tanned ass on the bottom as he begins to stuff this piece of leather into the satchel, and then pulling the string at the top, he slaps it on the table.
Well, easier to carry for your porter, huh?
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. And I go in my pouch and I pull out 2 gold and I pass it over to the man. And I said, take the 2. The bag is fantastic. It'll keep it protected on our travels. That's superb. And then, as I say the last word, I start coughing.
Oh,
a bit dust in my throat. Could you get me some water?
yes, by all means. In fact,
He'll turn his back and, pulling a curtain aside, he'll wander into the back of the store.
Okay, and as soon as he's gone, I nip round and look for a nice place to stash a small bottle of bloodshot.
So the way his counter is positioned, it's you quickly glance down them. There's about 4 shelves behind the counter, and the second, the third and fourth shelf at the bottom is so dusty. It's got various bits of trash, packages, old pieces of food that have just been stuffed and left. He can't reach down, and it's very rarely cleaned.
Perfect. Well, that's where it's going to go. Right in the back.
Roll me a stealth check very quickly, if you would be so
No
kind. A 27. I don't even think.
His perception doesn't go that high.
Unless it's a crit. All right, let's have a look. Fucking perception.
Do some
-1.
stretches first before you do this.
Yeah. No.
Stretch harder.
He's in the back a long while. You begin to hear the sound of various ceramic jars being opened and looked in before eventually you just hear this.
Oh, there we go. I got some here. On my way, good sir.
Hear the
Oh, thank you.
heavy footsteps step over various things, and you hear him breathe like, "Whoa, nearly dead. I should move that leather at some point." Before eventually he pulls the curtain back, steps in with this pail of water in hand, and thrusts it towards you.
And I sort of pantomime drinking out of it, but I'm not drinking that shit.
Well, thank you for your patronage.
My good man, just before I leave, could you write me a receipt, so I can put it through my books?
Of course.
'Cause you know how the powers that be are. They like us to account for every penny these days.
That they do. 1 gold and 80 sapphires, yes.
And he winks.
Fantastic.
So it takes a piece of parchment and begins to scribble down, dipping the the quill pen in the inkwell before eventually turning it around and offering it back over the counter towards you, Garrett. Alongside 2 other smaller pieces of parchment that kind of act as advertising, little business cards made of parchment.
Lovely. I will pass these on to my friends. We're always on the lookout for helpful businesses.
Good. Well, you can know anything you need. The tanned ass will tan your ass.
Quite. Good day, kind sir.
It gives you a brief wave before turning his attention back to the 2 gold coins playing between his fingers and chuckling as you depart the store, Garrett.
Marvelous. Shall we leave? Place has left an awful tickle in my throat. Oh, and should he get searched, they will find a small sample bottle of bloodshot.
Yes. Well, that's one. Just looking for false leads. If there's anybody you want to have a very bad time, just let me know and I'll add them to the official list of people that we have managed to cobble rumors together about.
Add them to the shit list.
Yeah. Just, you can't have nothing. You need to produce some kind of bullshit for people to chase. At least in the official capacity.
Vanya, roll me a history check quick. You know someone in the district with a pretty nice wagon, or a cart, carriage even.
Are we still looking for a carriage?
Yes. Unless you want to walk all the way to the London district.
With as much as Reza feeds me these pastries, I probably should, but don't want to. I think I know someone that could help us.
Lead on.
Is this would this be Jacqueline or
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And you know how you were looking for some nice threads too. I think I know the exact person to go visit. So if you guys could follow me and Cypher, please stay in your form.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Where are we going?
Well, do you not remember the dress shop where you tried dresses on for me?
Oh. Wait, why would she know? I actually. Never
Well,
mind.
I don't know. I mean, like if it helps us borrow the cart, then maybe you should. We'll just play it by ear.
I remember her being fond of you.
And of you when you looked like me.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to ask.
Best not.
Making your way back on towards the central road of Coinflow, you dip down another street where you approach a rather fancy looking store. Can you remember the name of her store, Vanya?
I couldn't even remember Belle. Like
I know.
I don't. I'm surprised I even remember her name. Let's just call it Threads.
Threads. All right. Would you call it Threads? Fine, I will go on better. This sign above the store reads the Enchanted Seams. Various gold embellishments seem to glow amongst the backdrop. Almost as if they are enchanted themselves. Whatever name the store had once, Vanya, it seems that Jacqueline has a penchant for changing the name of her store at a whim.
I like her. She's spontaneous.
She is. As you step through a rainbow-coloured curtain of the main door, you are immediately greeted by various smells of incense, flowery perfume, and an eye-bleeding amount of colour from the various dresses, suits, fabrics, and just a stitch in time. That's not a bad one. And various other garments. With a smile, Jacqueline's eyes focus on you, Vanya. Vanya! My, you have come to visit me. A rarity. Darling, what brings you here? And she immediately slides up alongside you, Vanya, loops an arm around yours, and pulls you into the store.
Well, it's definitely been a while. Last I saw you was, over at my place, and
How could I forget?
yeah. I just feel as though I don't always need to be the taker, right? Sometimes I need to give by coming and visiting you, and I feel like we've gotten pretty close with our time of...
Jacqueline's already fanning her face with her hand. No, go on.
Well, I have my group here. You remember Dorian?
And as she turns to look, her face first fixes on Dorian's, and what turns from a big smile just drops into an expression of disgust as she looks over Dorian, then Cypher and Garrett, and just, hello.
Jacqueline, you okay?
Yes. No, Teresa?
No, she's on
Otherwise engaged.
special project. Yeah.
So, what can I do for you, my lovely darling, and the gentleman who accompany you on this fine day?
Well, I thought maybe, we're all in the need of some fresh new attire. Maybe you can, point these individuals, and she's going to point towards Dorian, Cypher, and Garrett, and say, kind of help them with their style. Of course, I don't need it. I can go pick my own things. But, we thought we would give back and shop in your shop, and then maybe you might let me borrow your wagon or
Wagon?
the trolley thing, whatever it's called. Cypher, what are those
Carriage.
things called? A
Carriage.
carriage.
How
Yes.
dare you? That's not a wagon. Do you know how much gold I spent on getting that thing into the state it's in? You call it a wagon? God,
I've-
Vanya.
I've never, I don't know what they're called.
All right. Well, and with that, she'll just stick a finger on the end of your nose, Vanya. I will let you use my carriage for however long you need, for whatever you need, on the condition you and I go out for a few drinks soon.
Of course, because I've been needing to catch up with you. So, yeah. And what do you mean by soon? Like, everybody is being really vague nowadays and not giving me, specific dates and times.
Fine.
Because if you don't tell me exactly when, how do I know when I need to show up?
All right. 3 days from now.
She looks over at Cypher, Dory, and Garrett. Does that conflict with anything that I have on my calendar?
I am almost
my
certain
schedule.
that conflicts with the exact reason we need to borrow the carriage.
Oh, so 3 days are not good for me. How about I get back to you with a message of my availability?
All right, then. A week. A week today, you and I will go out for a girls' night on the town. That is the payment.
All right, I'm down. Do I need to bring Reza along, or is
No,
it
no.
just you and I?
Just you and me, my dear.
Okay.
As
So, any thoughts on their attire?
yes,
what they need?
as for them, it depends where are you going? How posh are we wanting, or how smart? Is this business or a pleasure, or
I'm thinking maybe some ascots, right, Dorian?
Well, let's see. It's for, I'd say, a proper function, like a meeting with somebody who is in one of the houses.
oh,
A cummerbund.
so not a normal. When?
3 days from now.
Of course. Right. I will allow me to take some measurements. If you're going up district, it's going to cost you, but I may be able to fill you out with a few additional extras because, well, management of the folly and all, I dare say only the best will do if you're stepping into an asp's nest.
Yes, we want to look our best.
But at the same time, look the best, but also whilst offering at least a modicum of protection, yes?
Absolutely.
All right. So, I can either sort you something out from my current inventory, something nice that'll look the part, or if you can hold off a day or so and, Vanya, what was the thing you told me about Garrett? If you owe me a favor, then maybe I will get you just something a little extra special for the occasion.
If I owe you a favor, or if you owe Garrett a favor?
No, if Garrett
Can I get a
owes-
monocle?
If Garrett owes me a favor, then I will make sure that there's a little extra in the suit. I mean, I'm an enchantress and all.
That would be between you and Garrett. I can't make Garrett do anything. But about that monocle, could I get a monocle?
You can get whatever you want, sweetheart.
Well, okay. Well, Garrett.
I can hear fine from where I am. So, madam, you
Master.
understand the import of what you're asking?
Oh, absolutely.
Hmm.
I also understand that wanting a carriage to go up district to meet with someone from the houses is also... Well, I wouldn't like to be in your shoes.
Yes. So, for a favor, there will be a couple of stipulations.
Jacqueline just waves her hand for you to, in that gesture of understandable, carry on.
Nothing that will endanger myself or my group. And by endanger, I mean cause undue attention. Because we are very private people.
Oh, and if I may, I dare say, Master Garrett, that I too am in a similar boat. Should too much get out of what me and she hugs closer to you, Vanya, and what Vanya can do, then I dare say that we too are in a very similar boat. So, no, I understand, and it'll be a favour more of acquiring certain things that I can't get my hands on that maybe someone in your positions can.
Okay.
Material goods, how about that? If there is a material good that I require, that I cannot get through my usual channels, then you will endeavour to gain it for me.
Agreed.
She offers a deep curtsy in response. Good. And in that case, I am sure I can offer you some fine clothing that has some defences built in. Shields, should anything go awry, if you are attacked. Perhaps little cufflinks on some of them that may alert you to hostile intent, so that you cannot be ambushed or surprised.
Lovely.
Bond. James Bond.
Yeah, so she seems to basically be given high class formal attire with a few minor enchantments on, such as alert or the shield.
Can we also, Cypher, maybe, you could go into a fitting room and maybe pick something out for Reza while she's not here.
Cypher gives you the could you be any more obvious look. He goes, sure. I'll just go find somewhere more private, Shalom.
Let's pick something out bright.
Let's not.
Is Jacqueline aware that she's aware that you're changing? Or is she...
I don't know. Has she put two and two together because she's seen me as a woman before?
Yeah, and she hangs out with me quite a bit.
I'm gonna leave that for you two.
I mean, I haven't directly changed, but if she notices that I'm a dude now and I was a woman last time, she's like the first time, she might have put two and two together.
I'm gonna say no because you look completely different now.
Oh yeah, I look totally different now.
Yeah, since your transformation, you're not.
Yeah, I look more like Garrett.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
features,
So no,
yeah.
she wouldn't know.
So you're drop dead gorgeous then. Super.
Fucking handsome as fuck.
But if she asked me, I'd be like, well, you guys are the same height, you know, you're
We're not.
slender.
Wait, so you're
Yeah.
well, you're sorry, you're wanting clothes for Teresa?
Yes, and
Well, is she wanting another pair? She's already got something. I sent her something about 2 months back.
oh, she didn't say. Well,
Um,
you sent,
really?
you sent Reza something.
Yes, yeah. She came in and we had a long chat, a couple of drinks, spoke about you, and yeah, she. You should see it. I'm surprised she's not shown you the dress. It's remarkable, actually. One of my finest pieces of work.
Reza has a secret princess dress.
Is it puffy?
I cannot say no more. If she hasn't shown you, then that's on her.
Well, can you make me one
Nope.
that looks better?
Oh, better. I mean, darling, anything you put on, you just lights up the world. Come with me. Let's go measure you up, shall we? The rest of you, hold still for a brief moment. Jacqueline will close her eyes, and you'll all see a mage hand begin to coalesce into form as it moves towards the door, closes the door. Several bolts are then slid across. With her eyes open, the mage hand vanishes. She looks over each of you, and for a brief moment, her eyes glow blue. For those who are sensitive to magic, it's kind of a similar thing to prestidigitation, but just being able to memorize what she can see. And her eyes look all over you. It feels like she's seeing through you. Whatever clothing you wear may not be there for all intents and purposes. Especially as she gets to you, Dorian. And as she's looking at you, there is a slight grimace on her face. And eventually, as her eyes return to normal, she just clicks her tongue in disapproval before looking back to Vanya. And reaching into her apron, she pulls out a piece of linen used as a rope, like a tape measure. Right, shall we go and get you measured? They're all done.
She'll go wherever she directs her to go.
All right. Roll me a d20, please, Vanya. What should have taken, a couple of minutes, if that, 30 seconds to a minute, ends up taking well over 10 minutes, as Jacqueline's very thorough in taking measurements. The rest of you, Garrett, Cypher, Dorian, are kind of left What are you guys doing whilst Vanya's being sized up?
I mean, she's got magically enchanted shit, right?
Yeah.
Cypher's entertaining himself by, like, identifying a bunch of them.
All right. Yeah. The vast majority of them seem to be just very minor enchantments. Things like perseverance, longevity, so things like stray threads don't break off. Toughening on some of the like wires and various bits holding things like corsets together so they don't break or snap. Things that she could get away with selling as minor enhanced items.
Cypher's gonna wait till she's done with Vanya. And then get in very close and whisper into her ear something.
Okay. Is that a DM for me for a response, or?
Yeah, go on then. I'll DM you it.
Yeah. As Cypher's whispering in Jacqueline's ear, Vanya, it takes a moment for you to re-robe yourself before stepping back into the store.
She's gonna step back into the store and says, "It's gonna be the best fitting dress ever. It's gonna fit like a glove." She's gonna walk over to Garrett.
It's going to fit better than a glove, I assure you. As she says that to you, Cypher, you whisper something in her ear, and her head just spins, locking onto you like a hawk. And she nods twice in quick succession. Name it.
Something special. Surprise me. And I'll surprise you.
Done.
Pleasure. He shakes her hand.
She begrudgingly shakes your Cypher before nodding. You have a very familiar feel about you. We met before. I've seen you in the Folly every now and again, but... anyway. Yes, done. Yes, definitely done.
And I look up from the piece of parchment I'm just writing on and hand over a design for what I want making.
Yeah. She takes it. Nods.
Colours, embroidery, and things.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, so the way she regards you, Garrett, as you are very elven in nature, you're graceful. You're not angry Geralt like Dorian is.
Yeah.
So she looks at you a little bit more, pleasantly. So yeah, she takes the note, looks over it, and yeah, I'm sure that's I can certainly incorporate that. That won't be a problem at all. As for you, Cypher, anything in particular design-wise or looks?
I'd say simple and elegant. Keep it in line with what Garrett wants, and just change the color palette. That's all I want.
Okay, and last but not least, Master Dorian. Even though she's speaking nicely as she's looking at you, Dorian, she's got this bunched up scowl on her face, almost sneering. What would you like?
Oh, something tasteful, I think. Something, I don't know, maybe work some red in, play to the audience.
Red, of course. That's fine. We'll make you a very image of, yeah, sure.
The very image of,
No, don't. It's nothing personal. Just And she sort of makes that motion with her hands to Dorian's form. It is unpleasant to... I'm not... nothing personal, darling.
Nothing personal, it's just very personal. I understand.
She dismissively waves a hand. So, that's fine. Anything else? So carriage. You got a beast to pull it, or am I supplying that as well?
If you have something quite large that we could borrow.
Her eyes are looking at Dorian.
It would hardly do to draw a carriage that one should be riding to an occasion, I would.
Shame. It would be amusing. All right, very well. I'll see if I can hire out Beast of Burden.
I'm looking forward to seeing what this Beast of Burden's going to be in another story.
Oh, yeah. Up district, it's got to be something that makes a point. Leave it with me, I will see what's available. In fact, Master Gary, you've got... do you mind if I use your name? Bit of name dropping.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Good. I know. What's his name from the pit? May have something a little different to pull the carriage with. If I say it's on your behalf, because I've seen he's been using the pit a few times as of late.
We have a business agreement, yes.
Good. I'll see what he has available. I'm sure it'll be grand. And with that, she'll clap her hands together. Good. Well, it's been a pleasure.
Very nice to have seen you again.
And you, I no doubt see you out and about at the usual meetings when we're, and she'll nod her head over towards Vanya, doing our little, get-togethers, as we do.
Yeah, it'll be nice to get out and go explore a part that I don't explore very often.
Jacqueline just nodding at this. Yes, absolutely. You are 100% right, Vanya. 100%. Well, with that, I'll, close up for the day, get these made. I shall have them over to the Folly for late tomorrow evening. And as for the carriage, are you coming here to ride on, or... no offense, but I'd rather not bring that into lower streets.
Lower streets isn't really made for carriages. We'll come to you.
Brilliant. Well, that's it then. I'll see you when you need it. Ta-ta for now.
Pleasure doing business.
She curtsies once again as you all make your way out of the door with a kiss blown in Vanya's direction from Jacqueline as you depart. And Vanya... friend for life.
What's up?
Yeah.
Oh,
friend.
yeah. Her and Jacqueline are like best friends.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's great.
Very close.
Like super, really, really close.
Yeah, it's like every time that they get together, they get closer.
Yeah. Poor
Yeah,
Salim.
like really, really close.
Poor Salim.
Well,
Well,
turnaround's fair play.
it is. Hey, Mamrick, how you doing? Good to see you, man. So yeah, with that, you step out into the streets of Coinflow and begin to, I would imagine, make your way back home. Unless there's anything left you wish to conclude in the Coinflow district.
No, I've spent enough money today.
Fair.
Too cool to fuck somebody over. Yeah.
I mean, it's worth it
Worth
in the
every
long
penny.
run. Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to send that leather to Garnak to make me a coat as well.
Leather cod piece.
Yeah, he's gonna look at you like, no, this is terrible. This is shit. I could do better. Where'd you buy this from?
This is top quality fucking leather. He's going to cream his pounds over it.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, with that then, the similar scene at the gates as you pass back through into lower streets with the wardens just allowing you straight through, no questions asked. There is another individual now swinging from the gallows. Nothing said. The better. But with that, I think that's probably a good spot for us to call it.
Hmm.
Yeah, much done. Many wow. Lots of lore. And plans made.
Hmm. Yeah, we planned out an entire week for us, which is
Yeah.
crazy.
It is. Any closing words from anyone?
Good night, Chad.
Goodbye, Chad.
Bye.
And see you next time on Pariahs.
Right, in that case, I'm going to mute you lot up. Flick on over to this. Everyone, thank you very much, as always, for joining us on episode 6 of season 2 of Pariahs. I'm going to have to go over this list. This was a bit of a crazy session again. Lucius, Lee, Durs, Jump, Steel, thank you very much for the resubs there. All of you with crazy numbers. 66 months, 48 months, 56, 58. Yeah. Rayvon, thank you for the bits. Dees, thank you for the bits. Durs, thank you for the bits. And then last but not least, Prince Sylvan and Lunar Star Light Wolf Goddess, thank you both for the follows. I hope you enjoyed our little dark corner of Twitch, and hopefully you'll join us for more next Sunday, starting at 8 p.m. GMT. I'm going to flick over to the video whilst I find someone to raid. So with that, everyone, thanks again. Ta-ta for now.